All right, I think we're live. Let me just check the audio here real quick, and then we're going to get going. Let me check in here. All right, let me test the audio. All right, that sounds good. All right, we are going to go with this. All right, bear with me here, guys. I was not expecting to do a live stream today. I was going to jump on yesterday, but a couple of the other reputable streamers were already covering some pretty severe line of thunderstorms down in the southeast with some tornado warnings in southeast Louisiana yesterday. Kind of been monitoring the atmosphere through the day here today, and I was not going to jump on, but we've had a little bit of an increase in severe weather just in the last hour or so. And let me just adjust the camera just a little bit there. But yeah, we've had a little bit of an increase in severe weather and warnings here. So I wanted to hop on. I don't know how long this stream is going to be. It may just be a kind of a shortened stream. I don't think we're going to see a widespread severe weather event today. But there is enough people impacted here. Especially there's actually kind of two things going on here. We've had some isolated severe weather in the mid-Atlantic today. And right now we're up to 2 tornado warnings. So we're going to check in on those. One just went tornado warned here around Washington, D.C. But then we've also had a line that strengthened through the day. It strengthened especially into eastern Michigan. I had several severe thunderstorm warnings just on the border here with Canada. One tornado report, actually, I think it was unwarned as a tornado. I think it was either a severe thunderstorm warning or a special weather statement when that tornado happened there. But that line is now severe warned in southwestern Ontario, approaching some of the heavily populated areas, some of the most populated areas in Canada. So we have severe thunderstorms approaching some of the highest population in Canada, and we'll take a look at those here in a few minutes. We also have a few tornado warnings here in the mid-Atlantic, and then we've had some isolated severe weather. Right now it looks like the warnings have been dropped in Minnesota and Wisconsin, but still some special weather statements in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the UP of Michigan. We'll take a look at those two. A little bit of a flood threat here in central Ohio. There's storms that have been training over each other. They're not very severe right now. We've also had a isolated severe storm or two in Maine, and I see one there up there, so we'll take a look at those. There's been some isolated storms in the Carolinas that have gone severe into North Florida. A little bit of a cluster of storms has developed in Louisiana. That's now pushing through Mississippi and about to push into Alabama with some severe storms. And then a couple isolated hailstorms in West Texas near Del Rio. That's kind of the lay of the land. Very quickly, just looking here, this is, and basically the storms right now that I just kind of highlighted are in the marginal risk areas. There's a marginal risk here in the Northeast, a couple in the Northeast here, one in the Great Lakes, and then one up here in the Midwest. So basically all of our storms right now are lined up in that. Oh, except there are some storms that are outside of the marginal risk that are severe here in the Southeast. But that is a quick look at things. We're going to dive in here. I would spend a little time. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm rushing here, but we did have just recently 2 tornado warned storms. So the first one that went tornado warned a few minutes ago here, as I was kind of setting up the stream, is north of Baltimore right now. This is affecting areas here. It's radar indicated. It's affecting areas near Cockeysville, moving northeast at 25. Radar indicated rotation. The storms today are not supercells. They're kind of low top storms. Actually, even some don't even really have a lot of lightning with them. So there's been some little spins in some of the storms here in the mid-Atlantic. And this is one of the latest ones to do that. Impacted areas here: Parkton, Hereford, Glencoe, Sparks, Butler, and Moncton. If you're in this area, please move inside. Get to your tornado safe space. That's lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Good news is, in this part of the country here, this is north central Baltimore County. There are more areas that have basements, split levels. So if you can get to your lowest level, like a basement or the first floor of a split level that's, you know, somewhat below ground, that's even better in a tornado warning. And if you have a storm shelter, that's even better. So backing it up here, we can kind of see that rotation. It's broad, but it's in there. And that's moving up here around I-83 right now, Glencoe and Hereford. And northeast at 35. That also includes Moncton, Whitehall, Oak Valley, and Trump. This is along I-83 right now. And it's going to be coming up here along Maryland 45, Maryland 138. And that looks like 138 comes all the way up towards Maryland 439. So if you're up in this area here, all right, so that is that tornado warning. Again, that's here: Hereford, Glencoe, Moncton, Whitehall, and Oak Valley, and Parkton. Just double check my audio again here. And then our newest tornado warning is just here on the border between Maryland and Northern Virginia, here near Leesburg, Virginia, and Martinsburg, Maryland. This is also radar indicated here. Let's just back this up and see. Okay, yeah, this one has a little bit more vigorous rotation. You can see some broad area rotation here near Purcellville and Hamilton. As I backed it up here, just a few scans. And then you can see here right over that town, north side of Leesburg here, it tightened up pretty significantly here for a couple scans, and it's still in here rotating, so we can see that right in here. This is along US 15 north of Leesburg. If you're up in this area here along, let's see, that is James Monroe Highway and also Old Westford Road. That is where our area rotation is. It's kind of sliding up a little further north in this warning here, but we're finding that right in this area here. And if I back this out, this actually is a pretty impressive looking cell. We can actually see the hook on this. I'm kind of chuckling a little bit because you usually don't see that much structure in storms in this part of the country. But that is a little bit of a mini embedded supercell in here. We can see its structure, its hook, and that's approaching Martinsburg, Bealsville, Bigwood, Acres, and Dickerson. This is right along the Potomac River, too. So this is right on the border here of Virginia and Maryland. This is near Montresor, Virginia. Probably one of the better areas of rotation I think we've seen today. There was an area of rotation down towards along the Potomac earlier in Virginia and Maryland. That one had a pretty tight rotation at a couple times. But in the last few hours, I would say this is at least our tightest area rotation right here. You're gonna have to watch the storm to the south. It's rotating a little bit too. There's kind of two storms in here, and I've said this before, if they're in the similar environment, they sometimes do similar things. So watching the storm that's over Leesburg at the moment as well, and just looking at the radar as I pulled back out, may have to watch this storm to the north. Let's see. Yeah, that one has a little bit of rotation too. So watching a few of these storms, there's a little bit of rotation on this one, a little bit of rotation right there for that tornado warned storm, and then also right up there. So there's actually kind of two or three storms. These two are going to be covered pretty much by this one tornado warning. And again, we're right here in northern Virginia, right along the Potomac River. Let me see if they, oh, hey, this is observed now. This is an observed tornado here. Confirmed tornado located near Leesburg, moving east at 20. Damaging tornado, radar confirmed. Let's just go in, and there it is. Wow. So we have a radar confirmed tornado here. Yeah, there's our area of rotation. And that should not be there. That is a CC drop. Yeah, backing it up, it was even actually a little bit tighter here. So let me see if we can, yeah, there may be a CC drop in there too, and it was just back a little further. But either way, right in here is our observed tornado. Poolsville and Bealsville are going to be in the path of this. This one, please, if you're in this warning, please take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And yeah, this is a quickly developing situation here. They've allowed, it looks like, the tornado warning to expire. It does look like this is broader up here by Hereford and Glencoe, so that's some good news. This is our only tornado warning at the moment, so we're going to stay on this for a little bit longer here. Again, this is right along the Potomac River, right along Maryland and Virginia border. We have a ongoing confirmed tornado. This is right around Route 15 here, just on the north side of Leesburg. Martinsburg, Dickerson, Barnesville, and Bealsville. Please be in your tornado safe space here. This is moving east-northeast. It's about to cross into Maryland. Still seeing the CC drop in here too. I'm also increasingly concerned with this storm on the southern end. We're getting a little bit of radar contamination, so it's really hard to see how well this is rotating. We're pretty close to the radar site here in Northern Virginia, but there's increasing suspicion here that I have that this storm is also going to try and do the same thing as our storm on the north side of Leesburg here. So we can see this little cell hooking around, and yeah, it's starting to look a little suspicious down in here too. I also want to take a look at that storm to the north. It's still kind of broad rotation on this storm here to the north, but I will also watch that storm. Very, very interesting. Just, I'm just, bear with me here. I'm just tweeting this out. Just, this area does not see a lot of tornadoes. Maryland does see a few, but this is not an area that's very experienced, I would say, with tornadoes. So I just want to tweet this out since this is kind of a bigger event for this area here. All right, there we go. All right, and I just want to check the audio again. Let me just check audio here again. That sounds good. Okay. If you're just joining us here, we have a ongoing tornado warning for Maryland and Virginia here. This is for Montgomery County, Maryland, and Loudoun County in Virginia. We had a, looks like they're going to back off of this here, but it was a briefly confirmed tornado via radar confirmation. It's now back to radar indicated, and it's about to cross into Maryland here from Loudoun County. Also watching these other cells, they're in a pretty similar environment, and the one to the north definitely has broad rotation in it. There we go. We're going to get an update on the radar scan. Still watching this cell here, and then also watching the cell basically right over Leesburg. This one is really close to the radar site, so we're getting a little bit of radar contamination in here. Hard to fully see what that cell is doing. But this cell to the south actually may be starting to look like take over the energy out of this cell here. It's really starting to cut off that inflow. We can see this cell here that was producing the tornado has significantly decreased in size. Tornado warning still ongoing here for Martinsburg. Okay, we're going to get a new tornado warning. I think what they're going to do is cover the 3 cells that I was just talking about. Yeah. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing brief tornadoes were located along a line extending 6 miles east of Point of Rocks to near Poolsville to Leesburg. They're all moving east at 20. So if you're out ahead of this, treat each of these cells like they're producing tornadoes here. There's the one here. The one here that had the confirmed tornado that is now looks like lifted. And then one over Leesburg. They're all moving east at 20. And right now along the Potomac River, they're not in the most populated parts of Montgomery County. They're going to be, though, approaching the I-270 corridor in a number of minutes. Near Damascus, near Germantown, and possibly eventually towards Gaithersburg, Maryland. So we have to watch these as they continue to cross into Maryland from Virginia. Right now, the one over Leesburg is the one I'm most concerned about just because it's over a populated area. It's literally over the city of Leesburg. Right here, just kind of on the northeast side of Leesburg, Leesburg Bypass, Plaza Street North, Potomac Crossing, Edwards Landing, Market Street. It's right in here. So hopefully it can get out of Leesburg without producing a tornado. The good news is the tornadoes today, I think here in the Northeast, have been pretty brief and also pretty weak, but still we have to worry about them. They're still tornadoes. And just to add a little spice here, this one also seems to be doing a similar thing here up towards Urbana, Maryland. So I'd also watch for that storm too. Now you can see they all have little appendages on them. This one's kind of hooked into the other cell, and then the one over Leesburg. But yeah, they're all moving kind of east, maybe just slightly north of east, of due east. But yeah, that's going to affect areas here, Barnesville over to Germantown, and eventually up towards Damascus, Green Valley, The northern one, if it does get tornado warned, would be up towards Mount Airy along I-70 in a little bit. All right, I'm going to leave those since right now they are all radar indicated. And I want to jump back up into Canada here. We have a line of severe thunderstorms. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings by Environment Canada. We're also watching the Buffalo Metro. As these storms push east, they may be strong enough to get over towards Buffalo. So we do have to watch that. Particularly the southern end of this line has looked the strongest here. We have pretty good storms moving through London, Ontario, and St. Thomas, Ontario, along the north shore of Lake Erie here, Port Stanley. These are also moving down the 401, a very heavily traveled highway here in southwestern Ontario. So not a great day for travel. Things are finally starting to clear out here around the Detroit metro. We had a lot of thunderstorm wind damage earlier. Multiple, looks like awning collapsed on a gas station. We've had trees down, power lines, 1 foot diameter tree limbs, maybe even a brief tornado touchdown around Livonia, Michigan. Looks like it mostly, according to the emergency management, did extensive tree damage. So this line has definitely had a history of producing thunderstorm wind damage and maybe even a couple tornadoes. Like another tornado report. An EF0 here in northern Michigan. So quickly I want to move to a couple of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is in central Wisconsin, pushing towards Wausau, Rib Mountain, and Pine River right now. We're kind of far from the radar site, so these storms don't look as impressive as maybe they would if they were a little closer to the radar site. But there is a bit of a bowing feature in there, so we do have to watch that. They may be dying out a little bit. I'm not seeing as many of those reds and oranges, more of the yellows. Either way, some small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those are moving southeast. And then a little further north, this line is a bit stronger looking, and we're seeing more of that bowing feature. This is south and east of Duluth into northern Wisconsin. Yeah, we can definitely see a little bit more of that wind feature in here. Probably at least 40, 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this one is being warned for some small hail. So we can see that in those cores. There's some purple cores in here. And that is likely where we're seeing a little bit of hail. Up towards Sanborn. And then this is eventually over towards Morse, Mellon. And that looks to be kind of the communities. Even if I zoom in, there's not many here. High Bridge and Marengo. So if you're out here along Route 13 and Route 77 here in northern Wisconsin, those are some pretty punchy thunderstorms. Especially this area here that's just south of Sanborn. That area is bowing out the strongest. And that's headed generally towards that area around Morse and Mellon. Got some other strong thunderstorms around northern Minnesota and northern Wisconsin. Right now, no other severe warnings in that area. None in the Twin Cities. So that's a good sign. But there are a few stronger storms here in extreme northern Minnesota, north of Duluth, up towards Virginia, Minnesota. Also a few stronger storms here in the UP of Michigan. A couple actually near Marquette seem to be pretty punchy. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some small hail, and it looks like some gusty winds out of those storms just south of Marquette. This is near Sands and Gwynn. And that may be eventually, if those hold together, over towards Rock River, Michigan. Yeah, some pretty gusty winds in those cells. Couple new tornado warnings here. that cell to the north is going to get a tornado warning. This is actually not the cell that I was looking at. I was looking at the one near Urbana, but one near Liberty Town, it's also going to get a tornado warning. Yeah, and we can see that rotation right in here along Route 26 near Liberty Town, moving towards New Windsor. Daysville, Unionville, Liberty Town, Jonesville. And then I'm going to update, let me update the stream here. All right. Severe storms in Ontario and tornado warnings in Maryland. So yeah, right here near Liberty Town. This is moving north and east towards New Windsor, Union Bridge, Liberty Town itself. Let's see, Unionville, Hemp Hills, Listen Place. You guys are all in a tornado warning. So again, tornado precautions. Lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. Keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's even better. Watching a line of mini supercells that are capable of producing tornadoes. None, don't believe are on the ground right now, but we can double check these here. Maybe some CC lowering in here, but let's this one I think is the strongest of the ones. That one is a pretty impressive looking supercell. Not a lot of lightning. These are low top cells. But yeah, right in here. Maybe something in here. Again, I can't fully tell. We might be in some contamination so close to the radar. There's also not a lot of precip in this hook. That's actually very interesting. This part of the country does not get a lot of rain-free base supercells. And then the other one here near Barnesville. Not seeing any CC drop with that cell. That was the original cell that produced a confirmed brief tornado. It is rotating here. And then the other one here up towards Carolina Hills. That rotation is a little weaker than the two to the south. Also this one here near Monrovia. And then checking in on our storm near Libertyville. That one's rotating decently for this area of the country and for this environment. We also have a new tornado warning here. This is for the north sides of Baltimore, Townsend, Parkville, Phoenix, Falston, up towards Bel Air, Maryland. Looks like there's a couple areas of rotation. This is moving north-northeast for west central Harford County in northern Maryland and northeastern Baltimore County in northern Maryland. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Hampton or near Cockeysville, moving northeast at 15. So not particularly fast. Kearney, Perry Hall, Rossville, Timonium, White Marsh, Falston, Hampton, Kingsville, Pleasant Hills. You guys are all in the path of this, as well as Nottingham, Glen Arm, Fork, Benson, Fullerton, Baldwin, Lutherville, Long Green, Udawood, and Hinds. This is a pretty populated area here. Yeah, this is, if I zoom in, there's all kinds of communities, neighborhoods. This is a pretty populated area. There's your areas of rotation. I think there's kind of two in here. Yeah. And they're lifting north-northeast, so they're going to be approaching these areas here towards Sweet Air, Long Green, Glen Arm, Perry Hall, Kingsville, Upper Falls, Pleasant Hills, Falston, Benson. Eventually, basically, if you're in this area from Townsend and Hampton and Perry Hall up towards Bel Air in Maryland, please be in your tornado safe space. I know people are probably just getting home from work. At least it's a little bit later in on the Eastern time zone. It's 6:05 Central. It is 7:05 Eastern. But this is a really populated area here. This is along Route 1 and I-95. So this tornado warning does cover quite a bit of Route 1 here from basically Bel Air all the way down to Parkville. and then also a good chunk there of I-95. Very heavily traveled interstate here in the U.S. and Northeast. If you can, let the storm go by before you travel. Baltimore, downtown Baltimore is clear right now. There may be more storms coming into the city of Baltimore later, but right now there's no tornadoes here over Baltimore. So if you're late getting out of work and are deciding to head out of town, you may just want to give this another few minutes, especially if you live north of Townsend and Parkville, and just give it a few minutes, get a bite to eat on the way home before you leave the Beltway. Most of the rotation here is just about to cross north of 695 near Townsend, Parkville, and Hampton, Kearney, and Perry Hall. Checking in here, Liberty Town. Still rotating in here, moving up towards Unionville, areas along Route 31, Hemp Hills, Fox Ridge Estates, Anglers Mill, Clemsonville, Lovejoy Estates. You guys are all in that tornado warning there. And then checking back here, I don't like what's going on this storm. It's kind of a little bit off on its own, with some areas of rotation here near Monrovia. That's moving toward Mount Airy. Working our way down, we got the cell near Damascus and points just west of there. That one's not rotating as much as the other cells. So that's a good sign. This one, though, this one is rotating pretty good. Right here near Barnesville, Maryland. We're now into Maryland here. Barnesville, Maryland. This is going to head over towards Clarksburg, Maryland, on I-270. North side of Germantown. You guys definitely need to be in your safe space. That's a pretty tight area of rotation right there. Couple CC drops in here too. That could be something going on there. Hard to fully confirm. These are probably not significant tornadoes to really throw, tons of stuff up into the atmosphere. So we're probably not going to see a deep CC drop. But there's a couple lower values in there. That could be something. Either way, that's moving up towards Barnesville and areas here around Clarksburg. Just a radar update there in a minute, so we'll be able to take a look at that one. And then this is the cell that moved out of Leesburg. Still getting a lot of contamination in here. These are low elevation and we're close to the radar site. Hard to say. That could be something in here. I'll wait for the radar to update. But there is a little bit of that rotation right in that same area. But there's a decent CC drop. Let's see what that was like a couple scans ago. That could be something in here. Not ready to confirm that yet, but there's something a little fishy right in here. Could be this little slot of clear air, just based on where the radar lined up. But there are also some lower values right in that area of rotation in the hook too, so interesting. Yeah, they're gonna actually go observed. I think they're probably doing the same thing I'm doing here. Let's see. Tornado producing storms along the line here from north of Boyd's to Poolsville. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Tornado on the ground. So this is I guess this is the one bad news to when you warn the whole line for a tornado, and then it goes to observed. If it goes to observe, I would prefer they issue a new tornado warning for the observed storm. But pretty sure we're seeing the observed storm is this one here. It could also be this one. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing the CC drop on that one. But that I think is it right there. We'll see if the CC moves with it. Yeah, I think that was it right there. Just seeing if there's any updates here from the National Weather Service. Not seeing one, but I think this is it here. Yeah, this is it. Right over here. Coming towards Dawsonville. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That helps. The radar updating helps. This is it right here, actually. Seeing a pretty good CC drop in here along Route 107. This is coming up towards Dawsonville. Just want to check and make sure these are our only tornado warnings here at the moment. So they've allowed some of these to expire. That one's still rotating. So watching that one still coming up towards Mount Airy. And then also watching these other cells in here. That one in the middle near Damascus is not rotating as much as the other one. This one is rotating pretty good here too, between Barnesville and Clarksburg. Not seeing that CC drop on that part of the storm though. But that's a pretty tight area rotation. Definitely if you're here in the Clarksburg, Maryland metro. Burdett, Oak Ridge, Clarksburg, Slidell, Maryland right now. This is right over you guys. Along Barnesville Road and Old Baltimore Road, right here in Slidell, Maryland. Okay, I think we're going to get, what I suggested here. This has gone PDS, so that is one way to do that suggestion that I had, is to create a new warning, create it PDS. And considerable threat here. This is this is rotating really good here. And we're seeing that CC drop. That is not what I expected to see today, but this is along 107 here, approaching Dawsonville, Maryland. This is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, or tornado warning, which means a tornado is on the ground here. We see a damaging tornado along Maryland 107. This is north of Sugarland and approaching Dawsonville, Maryland here. So if you're in this warning, please get to your tornado safe space, lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. And this is a PDS tornado warning. So once again here, let's take a look at the radar site. Yeah, that is definitely a PDS level tornado warning here. I'm gonna split the radar site, and we'll take a look at it from both viewpoints here. We'll take a look at it with the CC drop. So there is basically a debris ball here in Dawsonville, Maryland. This is approaching areas here on the west sides of Germantown, and also eventually towards Gaithersburg, Maryland. Let's back this out. All right, very quickly, this is a pretty particularly dangerous situation, so I want to make sure we get the warning out. If you're on this stream, share this out to as many people as you can, especially if you got friends and family here in Northern Virginia and Western Maryland, here north of the Baltimore-Washington Metro. Yeah, this is a damaging, considerable threat here, tornado. This is for west central Montgomery County. This is that storm that I mentioned earlier that was over Leesburg and tightening up, that I was hoping it didn't produce a tornado over Leesburg. Luckily here, it did not. It waited to cross the Potomac. It's in just a slightly less populated part of Montgomery County, but this is still a very populated county. This is not something like Del Rio, Texas, that type of area where there's like a couple people. This is actually a really populated county here in Maryland. So if you're in this warning here, please take immediate safety measures. Get to your tornado safe space, lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, a storm shelter, a lower level of a split level home, a storm shelter, FEMA approved above ground shelter, or one of the old fashioned hatches out back, this is that time to use that. I know it's sometimes maybe dusty and buggy, but this is a legitimate tornado here. This is doing damage near Dawsonville, Maryland. The one bit of good news is this is moving fairly slowly, so if you're out ahead of this, you have a couple minutes here to get to your safe space. Germantown, Kingsview Knolls, Liberty Heights, Ancient Oak North, Kentlands, and western side of Gaithersburg, Maryland. If you're up here along 270 from Clarksburg, Germantown, down towards Gaithersburg, and then down towards Dawnstown, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Let me see if they've updated the warning here, and see if they've adjusted the speed. So no, it's still moving east at 20. Still moving east at 20. I'm going to take this out here from basically just move this. Let me take this out ahead of the hook, and then we'll put it out at 20. Oops, not 40, 20. Dawsonville, it's now. Black Rock Mill, about 6 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. Brownstown, about 9 minutes. Old Germantown, 12 minutes. Clopper, 17. Metropolitan Grove, about 20 minutes. And Gaithersburg, also about 20 minutes. This is a pretty dangerous situation here in the Washington, D.C. metro. Yeah, this is a legit damaging tornado. We're seeing actually a pretty deep CC drop right in here. This is boy, this is what I said earlier we probably would not see today. Um, there's not even a tornado watch in this area unless the National Weather Service has issued one. The National Weather Service earlier issued a mesoscale discussion that was say there could be a couple brief tornadoes in this area, but not let me see if they've actually updated this at all. Okay, new mesoscale discussion. Still no watch, but the risk of a brief tornado or two may persist for another couple hours. This was issued about an hour ago. Oh no, about 8 minutes ago. So this is probably one of those situations where this is the storm today. So this is a dangerous storm. I want to check the other storms here. There is some broad rotation near Clarksburg still. So watching that storm, let me take a look at the CC drop in here. Not really seeing that there. And also the storm north towards Mount Airy. That one doesn't seem to have as much rotation. Still does a little bit right in here along I-70. But that one seems to be weakening a little bit. And then also our other storm that's in a very populated area. Let's go back to the one screen for a minute. This one is rotating pretty good. It's up here near Glenarm, Perry Hall. It's not moving particularly fast. It's moving, I think, about 20 miles an hour as well. This is essentially riding up along Route 1. So Baldwin, Long Green, Falston, Benson, Pleasant Hills, Jerusalem, Kingsville, Upper Falls, and eventually Bel Air, Maryland. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space from areas here near Perry Hall up to Bel Air, Maryland. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Yeah, we're seeing good rotation. Not good if you are have an interest in this area here near Dawsonville. But this is our PDS tornado warning. Again, these are low tops, so we're not seeing that really crazy rotation at the level of the radar site. But we are seeing pretty strong rotation still, and we're seeing essentially a debris ball in here. Right over the areas here just to the north side of Dawsonville. Yeah, this is not good. This is a PDS tornado warning here for an observed considerable tornado at 7:22 Eastern. This is updated here just a couple minutes ago. 7:22 Eastern, confirmed tornado located near Boyd's or near Poolsville, moving east at 20. PDS weather spotters confirmed the tornado. So this is not just a radar indicated, although we're seeing the proof of it via the radar here. We're seeing the debris signature here. I think there's going to be a mesoscale, or yeah, there's going to be a mesocyclone handoff here. This is turning into a cyclic supercell. But we're seeing the rotation of the original tornado north side of Dawsonville here. We're seeing that broaden. Still have the CC drop in here, but it also has broadened a bit. But in the last scan or two, we're seeing a new area of rotation pick up just to the east of Dawsonville near Black Rock Estates. This is going to generally continue moving over to that same area, so it really doesn't matter if there's one area rotation or two. But I think we're going to have a mesocyclone handoff here. And again, we're getting the inflow of the storm coming in here. Man, I did not expect this today. So yeah, if you're anywhere in this warning, please get to your safe space here. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible. What I want to do, though, is to give you guys the best amount of lead time. I want to take it from the new area of rotation. Okay, there, the radar updated there. Okay, the radar updated here, and let's check out the new scans that just came in. Just had a bit of a radar glitch there, so sorry about that. Yeah, new area rotation here taking over. This is probably going to be a new tornado if it's not already. There is some CC drop in here, but in the last couple scans, let me go back here just to the last couple scans that we saw here. So, damaging tornado on the ground here to the north side of Dawsonville. We saw that right here. We saw, I mentioned here, around 118, we see a mesocyclone handoff. This is our old tornado. This is our new area rotation. That original tornado starts to broaden here on the north side of Dawsonville as our new area of rotation here intensifies near Black Rock Estates. And then you can very quickly see the next scan, basically none in the original area rotation, but our new area rotation is significantly stronger. Just on 2 scans, we've gone from the original tornado to a new area of rotation and likely a new tornado on the ground here. And we're going to get a warning for this area. Yeah, that's going to be on the ground. We see the CC drops in here, the black values. They correlate with that area rotation. So we've just had a mesocyclone handoff here. And this is a new tornado warning here. It's going to get continued out, a PDS tornado warning. So we're now seeing a cyclic supercell radar confirmation here. This includes Gaithersburg, we called you guys out earlier, Montgomery Village, Redland, Durwood, Sycamore Acres, Olney, Sandy Springs, Northwood, Rocky George Meadows, Brinklow, Brookville, Mount Zion, Hanley Farms, Rosewood Estates, Lawtonsville, Brook Hollow, Sunshine, Dennett Estates, Hollings View, Brighton, and Rocky George Meadows. This is all north side of Washington, D.C., so we're outside the Beltway, but this is a very populated area. Gaithersburg, Montgomery Village, over towards Olney. This is along Maryland 200 here. Let's just check. I just want to zoom out. I want to briefly look at our other storm in a very populated area. This is northeast of Baltimore. Not seeing the CC drop with this storm, but this is a dangerous storm. If you're in this tornado warning, please take your tornado safety precautions. That's Falston, Bel Air, Maryland, down towards Glen Arm and Perry Hall. If you're between Perry Hall and Bel Air, please take your safety precautions as well. I'm going to focus in right now, though, on our confirmed PDS tornado warning. And sorry guys in Canada, I was going to plan on focusing in on some of the metros here in Canada. You guys are all under severe thunderstorm warnings. London, St. Thomas, Kitchener, up towards Owen Sound. And briefly just glancing out here, also western Alabama. I was going to cover you guys a little more. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings right on the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So back to our concerning situation here. We have a cyclic supercell. If you're just tuning in, we have a cyclic supercell. We just had a mesocyclone handoff here near Dawsonville. I'll back this up again because this is fascinating meteorology here. So our original damaging tornado on the ground here near Dawsonville. New area rotation picking up here just to the east of Dawsonville along State Route 118. We can see here as the original area fades, our new area here picks up around 118 and Black Rock Estates. And now we have a new damaging tornado on the ground here. This is near State Route 119, Seneca Park Acres, approaching 270 and Gaithersburg. This is downtown Gaithersburg. This is also along, let's see here, Willow Ridge. This is along Maryland 28, Quincy Orchard Road, Rifle Ford Road, and Great Seneca Highway. That's Maryland 119. And unfortunately, guys, this is a pretty populated area. These are houses. This is a big problem here. That is Brownstone Estates or Brownstown Estates, coming across Great Seneca Highway, Clopper Lake. Going to be headed towards Park Ridge, Gaithersburg, Oakmont Manor, Washington Grove, Emery Grove, Redland, Durwood. This is right at 370 and 270. So this is a super populated area here. And we've seen at least, we saw the one here near Dawsonville. We saw a debris ball on the original storm here near Dawsonville. We now see a new debris ball showing up here along 119. This is a big problem here. I'm gonna see if we can get some traffic cams on this thing. Let's see here. Traffic cam 270. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Maybe our best traffic cam. Let's get this popped up here. Traffic cam. Did not expect to see this today. All right, let's see. All right, let's get that up. This is a traffic cam right here at Montgomery Village Avenue, Maryland 124 and 270. So this is right up in this area here. So we're looking, let's see. Unfortunately, we're looking north. This is the closest traffic cam to this area. We're looking north, so actually we're looking slightly away from the tornado, except our debris ball is right here, and our traffic cam is right here. So we may get a hit on this traffic cam, guys. There is a ton of cars out here. This is not good. Yeah, these people are in some trouble here. This is a, here's your tornado right along Maryland 124. Our traffic cam is just on the exit here. This tornado may slide just to the south of our traffic cam. but the cars that are headlights are going towards the area rotation. So this is not a good situation for any of these people. It is coming down too. We can see that here over Montgomery Village, up towards Hadley Farms. I just want to zoom out real quick. We do have a new tornado warning also up here in northern Maryland. That area is rotating pretty good too. This is near Fritzelburg and Pleasant Valley. Let me just see if there's anything on that storm. No CC drop on that storm. So we're going to keep on the PDS warning right now. And again, just to remind you guys, if you're watching here out of this area here near Kingsville, looks like a new area rotation forming south of Kingsville here. If you're in this area from Perry Hall up to Bel Air, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Yeah, they're going to reissue for the new area rotation. That is a pretty strong area of rotation here too. This is near Perry Hall and Kingsville, moving up towards Pleasant Hills, Jerusalem, Clayton. This is all along US 1 and I-95. That is a new tornado warning for that storm there. Still just radar indicated. Let me just check real quick. That is a pretty strong area rotation. Not seeing a CC drop there, but I might have to check back in there in just a couple minutes. This is a supercell thunderstorm with a debris ball coming into Gaithersburg, Maryland. Yeah, this is not good. And we're seeing a ton of cars still on the highway. Camera's starting to shake here. This camera is pointing north, but it's at 124 here, so we're just going to be on the outer edge of this area rotation. Yeah, the camera is starting to shake. It was not shaking just a minute or two ago. These people that have headlights coming towards us are traveling into a tornado here. That is not good. Yeah, we're looking north here. Camera is starting to shake pretty good though. Once again, this is over 124 right now. This is over West Riding, Diamond Farms, Coventry, Fernshire Farms. This is approaching 270 in Gaithersburg. This is Muddy Branch Road and Eisenhower Memorial Highway, West Diamond Road. This is coming into Gaithersburg. See if we have an update on this storm. This is as of just 10 minutes ago. Confirmed tornado over Gaithersburg moving east, or over Germantown moving east at 25. So the storm motion has picked up a bit on this. Right here is your area rotation. Okay, some good news is the debris signature is not as deep as it was a few minutes ago. Still some debris in here. But as we back this up just a few scans, there is your area of debris compared to just a couple minutes ago when it was over, what is that, Park Ridge, Quincy, Orchard Valley, Clopper Lake. Yeah, still some debris signature in here, but this may be going through another cycle here. But this area rotation is just passing south of our camera at the moment. Just because it's weakening, do not take that as a sign to come out of your storm shelter. These things do cycle. They tend to cycle back up here. Area rotation and possible tornado still, yeah, there's still CC drop in here, so I would think it's still on the ground. It may just not be lifting as much stuff up. Seeing the rain come down here on our traffic cam. We just scooted, I think, to the circulation just scooted to the south of our traffic cam when it was shaking pretty good. Also, the wind direction changed. We had rain falling from the east. It now looks like it's more coming straight down. But yeah, the traffic lights that are going towards us, the headlights are going towards this area of rotation. And it's still likely on the ground here. This is a pretty tight area rotation. This is right over Gaithersburg, Diamond Avenue, Muddy Branch Road. This is going to be headed east towards Washington Grove, Oakmont Manor, Emery Grove, Hamlet North. I'm just kind of checking the other cameras just to see if we had anything else. But this is, I think, our best camera at the moment. Yeah, we're now seeing the rain fall basically straight down. So we were on the very edge of that circulation when it started to shake, and you could see the raindrops change direction there. And there goes the camera. Ooh. I think power just went out. That's not good, guys. We just lost the camera. That means this thing is probably still in here. Yep, it's regained. It's regained its intensity here. We just lost the camera. Hold on just a second, guys. Okay, I'm going to reposition. We got a new camera here, right here at Muncaster Mill Road. Still seeing CC drop in here too. likely have a ongoing tornado here. If you're just joining us over Gaithersburg, Maryland, this is approaching Oakmont Manor, Washington Grove, Hamlet North, and Emory Grove right now. Right in this area here. Yeah, it's picked back up. It's over Mid-County Highway and Shady Grove Road. Okay, here we go. New camera. I gotta take this. Hold on. Let's see. Take this here. Fillers here. Right. So right here we're looking towards the tornadic circulation. It should be just behind those trees here, guys. It should just be in this area right here. Just in this area right here. So I think we're seeing the edge of this, at least we can see the wall cloud or possibly the circulation here in those trees. This is a big tornado. Luckily, there's not many people going towards this tornado. It still says it's observed, so I'm going to go with that's more than the wall cloud. This is right here near Redland. This is Air Park Road, Mid-County Highway, Shady Grove Road, and approaching Muncaster Road. Our camera right here is at Muncaster Mill Road, and there it is. There it is, guys. It is right there. That is your tornado right back in here. We have a tornado live on stream. It is a rain wrap tornado, but it's right back there in the rain. Again, this is over Montgomery County, Maryland here, just outside of Washington, D.C. These people are driving towards the tornado. That cop should probably block that traffic off. That is the tornado back there. We lost our camera at 270 just a few minutes ago. I think the power went out. The circulation passed just to the south of our camera at 124. And then after that circulation passed to the south is when our camera went out. So I think we lost the camera just because of power, not because of actual damage there. But we're here at our camera is looking right here towards this area rotation, so we should be able to see this. It's not moving particularly fast, but we should be able to see this cross the highway here. Like, once again, those cars are headed towards the storm. Let's see if there's any update here. This is a, let's see, 443. It's about, or 743. Confirmed tornado over Gaithersburg, moving east at 20. Once again, radar. It was radar confirmed, but also weather spotters who confirmed this. We have a damaging tornado ongoing here in the Washington, D.C. metro. That lowering off to off through the trees is getting slightly bigger. This might be coming towards our camera again. I think it actually is. We're looking right here along the inter-county connector. So right here over Redland. Yeah, there's your, let's see. It's not lining up quite as much. This is your tornado right here. Looks like the scan is just a scan behind here on the reflectivity and the CC. And then it's going to move here. Our velocity scan is just a scan ahead here. So this is going to move in that direction. This is moving towards Olney, Bowie Mill Park, Bowie Mill Estates, Cashel Manor. These are all neighborhoods. This is not a good situation here. Bowie Mill Road and Olney Laytonsville Road. If you live in those areas, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. If you're anywhere here along Bowie Mill Road to the east of Gaithersburg, Muncaster Manor, Mount Zion, Brookville, Dennett Estates, Hollingview, Brighton, Brinklow, Sandy Springs, Northwood, Rocky George Manor. You guys all need to be taking your tornado safety precautions, as well as Bowie Mill Park, Bowie Mill Estates, down the Interconnector Highway. May have crossed our camera already, but keeping an eye on it here. It does look like there's I think I saw more blue lights further down, so hopefully the traffic is slowed down for this. Right here over Redland, coming towards Olney, Sandy Springs, Muncaster Manor. You guys are all need to be in your tornado safe space. Look at that. That is a structure we do not usually see in this area of the country. This is a very well structured supercell over Gaithersburg and Olney, Maryland here, Montgomery County, Maryland. Okay, the cop is making a move. It's also gotten very dark here. I think it may have already crossed our camera. We're starting to see the light here. Can we go back? Can I go back on this camera? There's a scroll bar, but it won't let me go back. Anyway, this is a very strong area of rotation here with a confirmed tornado in the Washington, D.C. metro. I also want to check in on our other tornado warnings here. We also have a new tornado warning observed in Alabama. This is a radar-confirmed damaging tornado here in Alabama. I think it's near Scottsville. Back this up and see. Yeah, here it is right here. See it moving northeast. Looks like it dissipated. Yeah, it's right in this area here. If you're in this area here, Bexar, Scottsville, and I would also start to be up here at Hodges, Atwood, or Vena. You guys may need to take your tornado safety precautions pretty soon. This is up along Alabama 19. Hodges over to Vena. I'd be very cautious here of this thing coming up your way here. It's pretty much going northeast at a very high speed. This is a QLCS type tornado here up towards the comma head. And what did they have this at? They had this at northeast at 40. So this is very quickly going to be up towards Vena and Hodges. This is in northwest Alabama. Atwood, about 10 minutes. Yeah, Atwood is right between Vena, Hodges, and Atwood. I would say about 10 minutes for all of that area. Strong to severe thunderstorms all the way down this line here from Red Bay, Hamilton, Gwynn, Winfield, Fayette here in western Alabama. Also the Tuscaloosa metro. A big batch of severe thunderstorms here headed your way from Union down to Utah, and also down towards Demopolis, Linden, and Sweetwater in Alabama. This is all north of I-10. It's all along 59 and 20, though, between Meridian and Birmingham. Not a fun ride there. This has been downgraded to radar indicated, but this could easily spin back up. We also have to watch a few other areas here along this line for notching. So that is a dangerous storm there in western Alabama. I quickly want to go and cover a few of these storms here that are in Canada right now. Good news is, if you're between Kitchener and Owen Sound, these storms seem to be weakening. Those are storms that will be headed towards the Ottawa metro, or Toronto metro in the next hour or so. The north end of this line here is weakening towards Durham and also toward Owen Sound and Kitchener. The stronger side, though, is along 401. This is a very well-traveled highway here in Canada, in southwest Canada. And the strongest part of these storms here, all severe warned, is south of that, between Kitchener and Lake Erie. There were a couple areas of rotation earlier. I don't see those as much there. We also have to watch, these are headed generally east. If they do hold together, they could be back into the Niagara Falls and Buffalo metro in the next couple hours. Also, they're going to be approaching Erie here, Erie, Pennsylvania. We've now just had one tornado warning in Maryland. The area near Kingsville and Pleasant Hills has weakened. Still watch that area, though, if you are up in that region. Looks like we've had another handoff here. Confirmed tornado over Redland or near Olney, moving east at 25. So still here with a damaging tornado near Redland. Yeah, we're still seeing that CC drop. This is right by our camera. Let's see, our camera here at Muncaster Mill. Looking northwest. I think this just scooted past our camera. This is a rain-free base, pretty much. You can see it pretty good from certain angles. Unfortunately, I think when it was by our camera, it was a bit rain-wrapped. Our camera is right... Yeah, our camera is still working. Our camera is right in here at Muncaster Mill and 200. And we were looking back through the rain and saw it here when it was over Hamlet North and Washington Grove. Looks like it moved by our camera. We're now kind of on the edge of this. Yeah, we're kind of on the back edge of this now, so we're not really seeing that part of the storm. This is slid, though, a little bit further to the east here. This is coming along Muncaster Mill Road and Bowie Mill Road, and has now lifted up here towards Olney. So we're over here, Hines Road, Cherry Valley, Cherry Wood, Hines Road, Cashel Road, Olney Acres, Olney Oaks, Olney, the downtown. And then this will be approaching Sandy Springs, Ashton, Brinklow, Norwood, Rocky, George Meadows. This storm is kind of all on its own now. The storms around it have fizzled. We started with a big line of, well, not a big line, but a line of small embedded supercells that had various areas of rotation. The southern one that was originally over Leesburg, Virginia, really has taken over, especially as we're getting towards the 8 o'clock hour here. It's 8:01 Eastern, 7:01 Central. That southern storm that I highlighted over Leesburg really started to take over. and it's pretty much gone east and dropped at least, I think, 2 tornadoes. We'll have to see from the Weather Service if it was continuous, but we saw the mesocyclone handoff there. We saw 1 tornado start to include, and then and that area rotation dissipated within a scan, which was pretty crazy. And we saw within a scan or two, while that was happening, the new tornado quickly picked up. So we're still going observe tornado here for the areas around Olney. Is still pretty good rotation in here, right over the town of Olney and Olney Estate. This seems to be weakening a little bit. It looks like it's starting to struggle a little bit. We're also seeing the precip drop pretty significantly in this storm. But out ahead of this, they're going to warn this as a radar indicated tornado over towards basically the area here between Baltimore and Washington, Columbia, Maryland, Clarksville, Highland, Fulton, Savage, Waterloo, Jessup, Hanover, Harmons, Severn, Relay, Eck Ridge, and just south of Ellicott City, Maryland. This also includes I-95 between River Chase and 216. This includes areas here, let's see, along Maryland 32, US 29, US Route 1. This is once again, this is a very populated area. So the one good news is it looks like people may have heeded some of the warnings there. I'm not seeing a lot of traffic on 200 right now. That was the look earlier. And now you can see the look here now. Looks like rotation is starting to pick up again, and if the scan is behind maybe a scan, it'd be up here towards Sandy Springs. Still maybe have a tornado on the ground. There's still CC lowerings in here. May have also a rotation handoff again, but the new warning, let me check the new warning here. This is for northwestern Anne Arundel County, southeastern Howard County, and southwestern Baltimore County, all in Maryland. They've increased the speed a couple times here. This is near Olney, moving east at 30. And it's pretty consistent eastward motion. I'll take this just ahead of the area of circulation at 30. Sandy Springs, it's basically over you guys right now. Ashton, 2 minutes or less. Brinklow, about 3 minutes. So if you're anywhere from Edner to Sandy Springs, you need to be in your tornado safe space immediately. But then a little further out, Fulton, about 10 minutes. Guilford, 22 minutes. Savage, 22 minutes. Waterloo, over here along I-95, about 27 minutes. Maybe a little bit quicker than that, so I'd say about 25 minutes. And then over towards Stony Run, about 35. That's going to be over here towards the end of the warning. Area rotation here, just over Sandy Springs, Maryland. Yeah, still seeing that CC drop in here, so I think this still may be on the ground. It's kind of getting a little harder to see because we're also not seeing the reflectivity here in the hook echo of this storm. So that's going to contaminate a little bit of the CC values in here. The one good thing is we're not seeing the debris ball like we did earlier here. Let me extend out the frames and we can back this up and see what it looked like just a little bit ago. So when I started seeing it, it was kind of in this area here near Leesburg. You can see the hook on it. Worried about the rotation intensifying over Leesburg. Looks like it actually had a handoff here. a new hook formed. And we can see that in here. We're getting a little close to the radar site, so get a little contamination there. But here, once it crossed into Maryland is when this thing went crazy. And probably started producing a tornado just to the east of the Potomac River. And see already the stinger here with a debris ball quickly forming in the reflectivity around Dawsonville. And then just to the north and east of Dawsonville is where I think our first tornado here. We can still see some of that debris ball signature with the purples in here. But this is where our new tornado started to form near Black Rock Estates and east side of Dawsonville, Maryland. So we had the old tornadic circulation, a mesocyclone handoff here with the first one, and then the new one forming near Black Rock Estates. That thing went nuts, and within a scan or two, we had a damaging tornado there with a new debris ball. And we watched that just come through the areas here around Coventry, Diamond Farms. We had a camera here at 124 that showed us on the outer edge of the circulation with the rain changing directions. And then once it moved east of 270, right into the Gaithersburg area here is when our camera lost power. So switched to a different camera here along 200 and Muncaster Mill Road. I think we saw it in the rain as a pretty low wall cloudy wedge thing over Gaithersburg. That moved north towards Redland. And then I think we've had a bit of a new circulation here. This was the old circulation near Redland, and a new one kind of forming here on the southern flank of the stinger. That has moved over our camera. I think that original tornado lifted again. We can see it kind of over Redland here, that debris signature. And that's lifted away. We do have a new area of circulation though again. This is maybe still producing a tornado. It could have lifted. I would just treat this, yeah, okay, it has, I guess, lifted according to the National Weather Service. So they have brought this back down to radar indicated. So we've lost the PDF tag. So that's I think pretty much what I just walked us through. I think it'd be very interesting to see. Again, this is not an official source here, but that is a pretty good step-by-step, scan-by-scan here of what we've seen. I think we've seen at least 2 tornadoes. The one somewhat like this. Yeah, okay, where's Dawson? One that's come up somewhat like this. And then one that's come somewhat like this. And then possibly a third. Don't know if that one has been on the ground yet. And then that would continue over to there. This is still a pretty tight area of circulation. This is near Sandy Springs and Route 108 coming up towards Highland. Yeah, I think we're just seeing some CC contamination. There's either some debris still wafted in here, or it's also a bit cluttery because there's not actually really much precip in here right now. But this is moving over towards Highland here. Rocky George Meadows, Fulton, Skaggsville. If you're up here along Maryland 32 towards Clarksville, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. That's lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're up here along Maryland 32 and US 29 between Skaggsville and Columbia, Maryland, please be in your tornado safe space. And then also Route I-95 here between Elk Ridge, Relay, all the way down here towards Savage, and Route 216. I think they've narrowed this up a little bit too, which is good. We have a new tornado warning for an observed tornado near Louisville. Jeez. Probably 2 areas of circulation in here, it looks like. Which one is the one that's observed? Confirmed tornado over Gamber or 9 miles southeast of Westminster, moving northeast at 20, damaging tornado. Okay, it's this one that they're warning here near Gamber and Louisville, or Louisville. So there it is right here. There's also another area of circulation that we have to watch out here near Nora Park, coming up to towards Reisterstown. Pretty populated suburb here. This is northwest of Baltimore. This is a very populated suburb up along I-795. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, but we're really watching these two areas here, rotation. One near Gamber with a confirmed tornado. That's going to be moving up towards Finksburg, Reisterstown. Let's see, Glen Morris, Boring, Butler, Pleasant Grove, Cockeysville, Oregon, Glencoe, Phoenix, the Lakes, and Mays Chapel up along 83. Some of these areas here along 83 have been in a tornado warning before. Earlier this evening, you guys, this is a new tornado warning. These storms here are moving a little bit different direction too. I think the ones earlier were moving a bit more northeast. This one is moving more east. But yeah, this is another confirmed damaging tornado. I think we may start to see another mesocyclone handoff here. It looks like still seeing a pretty good CC drop on the confirmed tornado, but we may start to see, that's a bit of clear air contamination here for the second one, but the second on the velocity, the second area of rotation a little further south and east towards Reisterstown is actually picking up. So I'd watch out for both of these coming up towards Boring, Butler, Phoenix, Glencoe, and Hereford. And yeah, this is a dangerous situation here now into the northwestern Baltimore suburbs with an ongoing damaging tornado. Is this a PDS? This is not a PDS right now, but it is a confirmed damaging tornado. A new tornado warning here. Radar indicated this is along I-95, White Marsh, Kingsville. Again, Kingsville, this is a new tornado warning for you guys. Chelsea, Perryman, Constant Friendship, Emerton, Cresswell, Glenwood, and just south of Bel Air towards Havre de Grace and Aberdeen. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Now Baltimore is getting into the party here. We have significant amounts of tornado warnings here around the Baltimore, and we could probably get a new camera. Let me check. Let's see, we might be able to get one actually up near that confirmed tornado. Let's see, I'm just trying to look and see where 795. All right, yeah, we're gonna take this camera. Pardon me here while I reset the camera filters again. Let's see, we're gonna move this over. Okay, this is at 795 and Cockeys Mill Road, right here. So we are looking right here, looking to the north. So let's see where that area of rotation is. We should have our area of rotation is going to be passing just to the north of this camera. Although I think the area of original rotation that is the observed tornado is going to be a little bit further north than that. But this is going to be another mesoscale handoff here. We're seeing an old area of rotation from Louisville, Gamber. Let's watch this again here. Gamber there, this is our original warned area here. Then we have our other area of rotation picking up near Cold Saturday, and Finksburg is that original area of rotation. Our new area of rotation is just here in Franklin Valley, just near our camera. So this is going to be probably over our camera here in the next couple minutes. And I want to take a look and see if this is on the ground yet. It would be right in here. Can't really say that's on the ground yet. It's we'll be able to see it here pretty quickly on our camera. And then checking into our storm here near Joppatown, Clayton, Edgewood, up towards Perryman, Chelsea, Riverside, Constant Friendship, Aberdeen, and Havre de Grace. Please be in your safe space there. That's radar indicated. I do want to go back. Our tornado coming out of Olney and Highland, that is now observed again. So we now have a new tornado near Highland, moving east at 30. This is radar confirmed damaging tornado. And yeah, we can sort of see the debris signature again on this storm. It's going to be just a little bit east of there, near Pembroke Knolls. So this is between Fulton and Highland, Maryland, coming over towards Skaggsville. I called you guys out earlier along US 32 between Clarksville and I-95. This is a confirmed damaging tornado again on the ground. Pembroke Knolls, Clarksville Ridge, Dogwood, Brayburn, Hickory Ridge, Arrowhead, Donnelly, Kingsmead, Dickinson, Guilford. We're getting into some of the Baltimore suburbs here. Columbia, Maryland, over towards Owen Brown, Long Reach. Second, guys. All right, I think we're back. A little bit of an internet glitch again. Sorry, guys. Yep, audio is live again. We're good. Still have a damaging tornado here observed near Highland and Fulton. This is the same cell that produced a large tornado over Gaithersburg and Olney, and back another large tornado back near Dawsonville. So this is this storm's at least third tornado. If not, maybe even another one or two. But let's see. We just posted on our Twitter, our X is WeatherCastUSA. It's the same app as our YouTube here. There are videos. This went through a populated area, so there are videos of this thing. This is a big tornado here, or it was the first one that went through Gaithersburg and those areas. A large wedge tornado. I think we did see that on the traffic cam. So, wow, yeah, this is a big tornado for this area. But we have another one. This is our third or fourth tornado for this storm over Pembroke Knolls, coming up into Simpsonville with another observed tornado here. I have to go back and check our other observed tornado. This one is crossing our traffic camera right now, or just did. But this is near Reisterstown, and Glendon. Doesn't look like that area of rotation is on the ground. I think it's our area that's north of there that still has the damaging tornado. So still likely on the ground, even though the rotation is not there. This looks like it's still on the ground here north of Reisterstown. Again, if you're in this whole area here, Pleasant Grove, Boring, Brent, Breeden, Pretty Boy, Hereford, Parkton, Glencoe, Butler, Phoenix, Oregon, Cockeysville, the Lakes, Mays Chapel. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. We have 4 tornado warnings out of the Baltimore, Maryland metro. We have ongoing severe thunderstorms in southern Ontario. Those are going to be approaching Hamilton, Toronto, and eventually Buffalo, New York here. Those produce damaging winds and even a brief tornado near Detroit earlier today. I also want to quickly check. We've had a tornado observed when it was just south of this area here. Where was it? It was down here near Scottsville, Alabama. That area of rotation is near Russellville, Alabama. Radar indicated along US 43 here, Russellville, Littleville. A couple areas of rotation there on the leading edge of this. Let's see. A couple areas right in here along Alabama 24. And that may be on the ground. That could just be radar indicated. That could just be the dust and stuff that's kicked up from the leading edge of these, but that also could be that is probably, since they're a little more circular, that is probably on the ground. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets confirmed here. This is near Russellville, Bell Green, Woodland Lawns, Russellville, Gold Springs, Pleasant Ridge, Tharptown, Ligon Springs, Littleville, Saints Crossroads, Frankfort, Flatwoods, and Bear Creek in northwest Alabama. Likely tornado on the ground here. Probably is. I'm not going to wait for the radar to update. Usually I would wait for the radar to update and just cross-check those, but we actually have confirmed damaging tornadoes here in very populated areas. This one here is right near Route 29 and Maryland Route 32, Columbia, Maryland, around Simpsonville. Still looks like we have a tornado on the ground. Let's check this one. Well, that one's a little harder to see. It may have lifted again, but if not, it's right here near Simpsonville and right where US 32 or Maryland 32 and US 29 come together. So if you're in the Columbia, Maryland, over towards Waterloo, Hanover, Elk Ridge, and Relay, you guys need to be taking your tornado safety measures. Still have an observed tornado here near Reisterstown. This is north of Baltimore. Let's see, just a few minutes ago, located over Reisterstown, or 9 miles northwest of Pikesville, moving east at yeah, I guess it looks like the new area circulation is going to be on the ground now. We're seeing that lowering of the CC values in here now, east and north of Reisterstown. This one had an original circulation that still looks suspiciously messy. There may be some lofted debris still in here too from the original circulation. But either way, this one has also had a mesoscale handoff. Now, see, in the next scan, it's not showing as good. So either way, treat this like it's a, and this is, I think, fallout from the original cell here. This is a likely debris fallout. We have a new tornado warning here south of that original cell. We have a new area rotation picking up here near Owens Mills. And let's see. All right, we're going to jump down to the Owens Mill camera. See if we can get it working here. All right, so this is right here at our area of rotation. at Owens Mills Boulevard, looking looking right in this area of rotation. Let me see. Yeah, that's the best one I got. This could cross really close to our camera here. All right, I just want to check the audio again. All right, good on audio. Every now and then I like to check it, especially when we're bouncing around a little bit. But this is a new tornado warning again for Owens Mills. Areas here around Brooklynville, Mays Chapel, Timonium, and Lutherville, just along areas here along I-795 and north of I-695. You guys need to be in your tornado safety areas here. Very concerned about that northern cell. I think it's going to tornado again. It may be on the ground. It's hard to tell. If that's not on the ground, it's probably going to be tightened up here quickly. Yeah, they're both dropped to radar indicated. But that is a pretty tight area rotation here, right over Nancy Lee Farms, Poplar Ridge, Big Spring, Shawn, and Oregon. If you're along Tufton Avenue, that is a pretty tight area of circulation coming up towards Cockeysville, Phoenix, Butler, Glencoe, and Hereford. New tornado warning also to the north of that. This is up towards Troyer and Shepherd, Maryland, Madonna, Jarrettsville, Horror, Northampton, Rush Manor, coming up towards let's see, Eden Hills, Dunson Heights, Scenic View, and Pheasant Ridge. That's a new tornado warning there. Still have dangerous, considerable flash flooding, but also tornado possible here near Edgewood. This has been sitting here for a while, but there's your area rotation here near Edgewood. Bowers Mobile Home Park. Hopefully everybody is out of there. This is along US 40 and also along US 95. So Edgewood up to Perryman, Aberdeen, and Havre de Grace. Please be in your tornado safe space. All along the northern side here of the Chesapeake Bay. So let's see. We have up to 5 tornado warnings here in Maryland. We also have an observed tornado in Ohio now. Guys, this night is getting a little crazy here. I was going to pop on for an hour to do a couple little severe weather coverage, and there are some ongoing damaging winds in Ontario and a couple tornado warnings in Maryland. But this is lit up. This is the observed tornado here in southeast or southwestern Knox County, north central Ohio, near Centerburg. So Myers Corners, Five Corners, Brandon, Hunt, Morgan Center, Martinsburg, Monroe Mills, Gambier, Mount Vernon. That's a college town too. Please take your safety precautions out here. This is north and east of Columbus, Ohio. So checking in Columbus, Ohio wants to get in the action. And then also Alabama, near Russellville and Littleville, Alabama. I think these were on the ground a few minutes ago. There's 2 areas of circulation. Not seeing that area as tight as it was just a few minutes ago. Yeah, that was on the ground. That was definitely on the ground. I couldn't wait for the scan to come in because we had multiple ongoing tornadoes, but that was on the ground here. We called them out earlier. Vienna, Atwood, and Hodges. Hopefully those people got into their safe space. This popped up, looks like right around Atwood. Atwood, Vina, and Hodges. And that went north from there, Glasgow Corner, Belgreen, and then spread out from there. So it may have dissipated right now, but that could easily pop back up. Confirmed tornado. I'm going to confirm that one in northwest Alabama. This is also becoming a big damaging wind threat here. It looks like for central Alabama, including the Birmingham metro. But back to Baltimore right now. This is our big concern here. Take these north to south. This was our storm that produced a couple very large tornadoes in southwest Maryland near Gaithersburg. Still looks pretty organized here, but it's not listed as confirmed at the moment. This is near Columbia, Maryland, along US 29, moving towards Maryland 100, Hanover, Elk Ridge, Brentwoods, and Relay. Also Harmons. You guys are in the tornado warning here. This is also along I-95, along Highway Maryland 295, which is essentially an interstate level highway, and then also 195 here, just west of the Baltimore-Washington Airport. That's going to be, I haven't even talked about that yet, but there's going to be probably massive travel delays in Baltimore-Washington tonight. Baltimore downtown, you guys are clear right now. Keep an eye on that storm to your southwest near Columbia. All the action right now is north of Baltimore, with 4 tornado warnings ongoing. We have pretty strong but broad rotation near Edgewood. I feel like that has been there forever. Still just radar indicated here along US 40 and I-95 near Edgewood, Maryland, coming up towards Perryman, Aberdeen, and Harvard de Grasse. I want to see, listed as northeast at 20, but I feel like that's been there for a lot longer than that. It's probably slower than 20. We have area rotation up here near Madonna and Jarrettsville, Maryland, here in northern Maryland. Area rotation will be up here along Maryland 23 near Madonna. There's a bit of interference in here. It's really hard to tell with that CC interference if it's on the ground or not. But either way, Jarrettsville, Madonna, up towards Street, Bob's Flow, and Pilesville. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Radar indicated still near Butler and Mantua and Oregon and Cockeysville. Good news is that storm has seemed to weaken a little bit. Still stay in your tornado safe space, especially Oregon to Cockeysville, because you have a strong area of circulation here that just crossed over our camera a few minutes ago in Owings Mills. Not seeing a CC drop there at the moment, but this is one of our tighter areas of circulation right now. This is now east and north of Owings Mills, Maryland. This is along Garrison Forest Road, Park Heights Avenue, Pinewood Farms. This is coming towards you guys. Also along Broadway Road, Maryland 25, and then eventually over towards I-83 towards Cockeysville, Mays Chapel. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here for this area rotation. Could easily drop a tornado. It could be already on the ground. We're just not seeing the CC, the lower values that indicate non-meteorological target. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Not expecting to cover 7 tornado warnings at once tonight, guys. This is pretty crazy here. Right now, they're all radar indicated except for our storm out here all alone in central Ohio. So let's go back to this one, give this one some coverage. Yeah, pretty tight area circulation. This part of Ohio doesn't have the best radar coverage, but we're still seeing some CC lowerings in here, and we're also seeing that area rotation. Let me track this area out here. Let's back this up, because this is a pretty big tornado warning. It covers a lot of space. I want to see where this is actually going. So there's actually a couple areas. It looks like this whole line or segment of storms have had a couple areas of circulation. There's actually one north of Mount Liberty here also showing up. But the area that has the warning for the observed tornado is this one here, Myers Corner and Five Corners. These are essentially sliding east. So yeah, if you're in, now I see why this warning is so big. I think they covered the original ongoing tornado, but they're also covering a bit of a line of some circulations here. So anywhere in this warning, Monroe Mills, Mount Vernon, Gambier, Ohio, Bangs, Mount Liberty, Five Corners, Myers Corners, Brandon Hunt, Morgan Center, and Martinsburg, Ohio. You guys all need to be taking your tornado safety measures. Lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also, let's see, if you have a basement or storm shelter and you can get to those, you got a little bit of time. These aren't moving particularly fast either. So if you're out here near Martinsburg or Morgan Center, you may have a bit of a minute to get to a sturdy shelter. Also, no mobile homes, camping trailers, tents. I know a lot of people are doing some outdoor recreation now this time of year in June. You need to get to a sturdy, permanent structure here. Mount Vernon, Monroe Mills, Gambier, and then Myers Corners, Five Corners, Brandon Hunt, Morgan Center, and Martinsburg. This is along Ohio Route 13, Ohio Route 3, US Route 36. That is again, a confirmed observed tornado. Let's see. This guy here is also rotating a little bit. York Center, Richwoods. You guys have a special weather statement right now, but it's rotating a little bit too. If I were you guys here, Richwood to Prospects, I would also maybe hunker down. We've lost the tornado warning here in northern Alabama, but already some damage reports coming in from that area. There's still an area of circulation. It's kind of broadened a bit, but it's between Russellville and Muscle Shoals and Florence. If that tightens back up, just watch that out. I'm going to say, yeah, they have a tornado possible tag on this. If you can and you're out ahead of this, it's good to get to a lowest level interior room and certainly away from doors and windows. If you're in the Florence, Muscle Shoals area, and then we got to hop back to Baltimore, Washington, and now Delaware. Delaware along US 13, Delaware Route 1. This is Blackbird Landing, Fleming's Landing, Collins Beach, Townsend, Smyrna Landing, and up towards the areas here south and east of Odessa and Port Penn. You guys need to take your tornado safety measures. We have a area rotation picked up here along the Maryland and Delaware state line. This is approaching the Route 1 US 13 corridor. That's pretty much the most populated corridor in Delaware. All the major cities are along this corridor here, from Wilmington, Newark, Bear, all the way down to Smyrna and Dover. And that also is the main road that goes out to the beaches. So there may be a lot of people traveling that. Time to not travel that. Blackbird Forest, Blackbird Landing, Townsend, Meadow Vista, Smyrna Landing, Fleming's Landing, Deaconville, and Collins Beach, and up towards areas here. Let's see, zooming in. Fenimore Landing, Stave Landing, and up to the areas around Port Penn. Please be in your tornado safe space. Okay, this Edgewood storm is finally moving a little bit. We have the rotation is now near Perryman and Aberdeen Proving Ground, coming up towards Aberdeen, Perryville, Harvard, DeGraff. Please be in your safe space there. That's along I-95, so a very, very well-traveled area. Still have that area of rotation back here near Owens Mills and Garrison. This is coming up towards Barnett Woods, Valley Heights, Five Springs, Brooklynville, Mays Chapel, and Cockyville, Oregon as well, along I-83. Good news is those northern storms have backed off in intensity. Still a little area rotation up here, and a little one near Glencoe and Phoenix. But the good news is the northern Maryland storms have backed off a bit. I also want to go down to our really cyclic supercell. This is the one that produced a big tornado over the Gaithersburg metro. It's now lifting up here towards Ellicott City, Arbitrus, Relay. This is along areas here to the west of Baltimore. And yeah, I was just about to say the one issue here is this is riding a little bit more north than it was earlier. So now Baltimore City, you guys are under a tornado warning. That includes that includes Baltimore downtown. That is the harbor, the inner harbor. That is Locust Point. That is the areas here towards Dundalk, Baltimore Heights, Arbutus, out towards Edgemere, Essex, Rosedale, Rossville, and areas here to the near White Marsh. Owens Mills, you guys, this tornado is going to be east of you guys. So this does not include basically the northwest corner of the Baltimore Metro. But this is a dangerous cell. It's produced a few damaging tornadoes already. All right, let me see if I can get a camera. Let me see if I can get a camera here along. Let's see, we want like wow, it is really dark here. This is a camera out of 695 and 95. So we are in it looking at, yeah, wow, look at the lightning. This is looking at 95 south and 695 southwest. Our area of circulation is just to the west of this. Yeah, it's actually coming up towards this camera. Wow, that is coming down. Let me see if I can get a camera that's let's see. No, I think that's our best option there. Bear with me, guys. Let's get a camera set up again. Yeah, this is a mess. Let's see. I think that is going to be our best view. Well, I don't usually we don't usually have to have the live cameras here in the Washington, D.C., Baltimore metro, but I do appreciate that the Maryland Department of Transportation cameras are live. We have some states where they're just they take a picture every couple minutes, and that's not as efficient for looking at the weather. But this is a very efficient way to look at the weather. This has gotten very dark here. Let's see. Let me kind of throw that up in the corner here. The area of circulation is coming up to this camera. This camera is at 95 and 695. And we're looking towards the west-southwest. So we are actually looking here. We're about to get out of the rain. And right behind that rain is the area of circulation. It has weakened as of the last scan, but it's still a dangerous supercell. This has dropped multiple tornadoes already. Cartonsville, or Catonsville, Arbutus, Arbustus, Lansdowne, Baltimore Highlands. If you're here along 695, out towards, 695 ends now at Hawks Point. So if you're out there, and then Dundalk, Edgemere, Porter's Park, Cedar Beach, Essex, Rosedale, Mid-River, Rossville, downtown Baltimore, including the Inner Harbor, including Oriole Park, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. I think we've covered the storms here in Maryland enough. I do remember I said there was that other cell that had the special weather statement that looked like it was rotating. Now it has a tornado warning. So now Ohio, near Richwood, we called you guys out earlier. Tornado warning there, coming up towards Prospect, Waldo, Westfield, Norton, Radnor. This is one of those situations I think we're on two NWS zones here. So one National Weather Service office has warned this, the other has not yet. If you're, okay, there it goes. I was about to say, if you're in this area that's just on the other side of this border, treat it like it's a tornado warning. And they've now warned it too, towards Green Camp and eventually over towards Cardington. This is radar indicated here near Richwood, Ohio. This is north of Delaware, north of the Columbus Metro. Both of our tornado warned cells here in Ohio are north of Columbus. But that's moving east, eventually towards Waldo, Prospect, Norton, Westfield. Let me just get a read on this here real quick. That is the shortest tornado warning I think I've ever seen. It may not, maybe just not loading in yet, but it just says take cover now. Let me see. Okay, yeah, this one has actual information. Moving east at 25. Our other area of rotation here is near Mount Vernon, Brandon Hunt, and Morgan Center. It looks like the area of northern rotation has backed off a bit. We still have that area that was originally a confirmed tornado. There's a little CC lowering in there. We're a little far from the radar site, so it's hard to really confirm that. But either way, this is coming over towards Brandon, Hunt, Morgan Center, Martinsburg, Gambier, Monroe Mills, and areas here just to the north and east of Myers Corner. So once again, kind of north central Ohio, you guys have two storms that are capable of producing tornadoes. One has already produced at least one tornado. All right, back to Delaware, Maryland here. This cell here is just crossing Delaware Route 1 here at Blackbird and Blackbird Landing. Not seeing a big CC drop, but that's a pretty tight area rotation. This is coming up towards Collins Beach, Fleming Landing, Deaconville, and eventually up here just to the south of Port Penn. This is also this is South Jersey on this side of the Delaware River. So just keep an eye on the storm Canton and Harmersville. If that holds together, we may need a warning in New Jersey tonight. Still in area rotation here near Aberdeen Proving Ground. That should slide over the Chesapeake Bay here, so there's no warning here with this area of rotation. This is that area that was kind of sitting over Edgewood for a while. It's about to go up over the water. We'll see if that gets a new tornado warning on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. There is a marine warning for the Chesapeake Bay. If I didn't say it, I mean it should be common sense. Don't go boating on the Chesapeake Bay tonight if you're in this area, especially Baltimore and points north. This is not a time to go boating on the Chesapeake Bay. Good news is this rotation has also come down near Mays Chapel and Cockeysville, but still some rotation in here right near Mays Chapel. And then some very good news, we're seeing the area rotation would be right over our traffic camera. So we're seeing some gusty winds and heavy rain, but this storm I think is finally on the downtrend. Just a couple scans back, we can see what that looked like. Well, actually, hold on. Sorry. Just switch radar sites. It didn't switch automatically. Yeah, still seeing area rotation right here near Arbutus. This is right over our traffic cam, and look at the wind shaking on this traffic cam. That was lightning too flashing. That may have been a power flash. I don't know if that was lightning. It looked a little low. I can't really tell where the horizon is. It looked really low for lightning, though. May have a power flash in here. And the wind is blowing across the highway here. This is right at our... I thought it was lightning at first, but... Yeah, this is crossing right here at our traffic cam. That may be on the ground again. I think that's on the ground again. Right here at I-95 and 695. The messy CC. Yep, that is on the ground. That is a tornado live on our camera. Power flash, and we can see the funnel there. We have a tornado live on our camera right here at 695 and 95. Yep, observe. We got it, guys. That is a confirmed tornado live on our cameras at 695, right at Arbutus. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I thought it was lightning at first, and then it flashed again, and I thought it was a power flash. The last power flash, though, you could see the funnel. There it is again, guys. Wow. We are staring at a tornado here. I-95 and 695. You can see the funnel when the power flash lights it up. I got to take this a little fuller here, guys. Let me take this full. Or full enough so you can see it. Guys, this is a tornado coming into Baltimore. This is immediate coming into Baltimore. This is probably at least the fourth or fifth tornado that's if this doesn't go PDS, I'm making a PDS right now. This is a damaging tornado coming into Baltimore. Wow. Okay, guys. Let's see here. If you're out ahead of this, you need to be in a tornado safe space here. It's interesting because the rotation isn't particularly strong on the radar, but this is at let's see, this is at 95. This is at the tunnel. This is at the tunnel here, 95 and 395, and then that goes into the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Let me see if we can get let me see if we can get out ahead of this. Let me see if we can get it at 395. Let's see. So we saw the tornado with the power flashes there. Once again, this is a damaging tornado just on the southwest side of Baltimore here along 95, approaching the 395 interchange. 395. There's a lot of cars out here. There's way too many cars to be dealing with a damaging tornado here. Has this not gone PDS? Not gone PDS. I assume it hasn't gone PDS because of the rotation. We're not seeing like super tight rotation on the velocity. All right, let's zoom in here and see what we can find on this camera. Take this as big as we can. So this is right at the interchange here. We should have a circulation, don't know, what, west, southwest. We should be, it may have just crossed behind while I was messing with the thing. It should be right kind of over our camera. Or just to the south of it. So maybe just behind where it says 95. Okay, this was just a minute ago. See how it's darker down in here, the clouds? I think this is the tornado back right in here, just behind the wording. This is when we just added the camera. And now let's see, it's much brighter now. So this thing, I think, just passed just to the south of this camera. Once again, observed tornado. This is just to the southwest of downtown Baltimore. If you're anywhere here, downtown Baltimore, down to Baltimore Highlands, and then Dundalk, Edgemere, Essex, Rosedale, Rossville, Middle River. You guys need to take your tornado safety precautions. We still have areas of rotation here that have to the north and east of this. This is up towards the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. And also areas of rotation here near Bowley's Corner. There's two areas of rotation in a new tornado warning here north and east of Baltimore. We have basically an ongoing tornado just south of Baltimore downtown, and then two areas of rotation here up on east of I-95 between I-95 and the Chesapeake Bay. I want to see We've seen like 2 tornadoes on camera. Just looking back on the video feed, yeah, we definitely saw it. I'll post it up over to social in a few minutes here. Wow. Okay. I'll worry about that later. Trying to do a little social work at the same time. That is one of the more amazing things I think we've caught on the videos. That's why these traffic cameras are so important to see what's going on the weather here. So I think saw that rotation or tornado pass just south of this I-95 395 camera. It's gotten a lot lighter. So luckily, I think this has missed the downtown portion of Baltimore, but still a very dangerous storm here. This has produced multiple tornadoes. Still have ongoing tornado warnings here just to the north and east of Baltimore. We have 3 areas of circulation. One near Aberdeen Proving Grounds, one here just south of Edgewood, and then that one here now north and east sides of Baltimore towards Dundalk and Middle River. All right, let's take stock here. We're down to 5 tornado warnings. Still the 2 here in the Baltimore metro. The one is offshore. We'll have to see if this gets warned in New Jersey. It's over the Delaware River, Delaware Bay right now. South of Port Penn in Delaware and north of Collins Beach in Delaware. The next communities are Harmersville and Canton, New Jersey. That's in southern New Jersey. Yeah, we'll have to see if it gets warned there. I want to go back to Ohio for a few minutes. We have new tornado warning coming out in Ohio. This is again for that storm that's near Brandon along Ohio Route 13. This is an extension of that storm. So this covers Howard, Danville, Gann, Newcastle, just west of New Guilford, Bladensburg, and Martinsburg. This is along Ohio Route 13 right now, moving east. We'll get some new information on this one. This is southeastern Knox County in north central Ohio, and it's slowed down. It's moving east at 15. So taking this out from this area of circulation, east at 15, means you have a little bit of time to get to a stable structure here. If you're out towards Bladensburg, about 25, 30 minutes. Esto, 39 minutes. Newcastle, if it holds together, 53. We also have the other area of circulation. This is near Prospect, Robertsburg, Radnor, headed over towards US 23. This is a really well-traveled highway north of Columbus, towards Smith Corners, Norton, Troyton, Windsor Corners, Westfield, and Ashley. This is, let's see. I want to get an update on timing for you guys. Moving east at 25. I'm going to check both of the warning. Yes, they both have it coordinated the same, which sometimes you don't see from all the Weather Service warnings that are split. This is split down 2 Weather Service warnings. This one's at 25 Waldo, about 8 minutes. Westfield, about 20 minutes. Waldo is right along US 23, so about 8 to 10 minutes to get to US 23. Both of these storms, well, they're a little further from the radar site, but I think it does look like both of them are kind of back in the rain, the areas of circulation, so you're not going to see these coming like we've seen some of the other tornadoes today. Quickly checking in on northern Alabama, we have severe thunderstorms, Decatur, Huntsville, Coleman, Hanceville, Jasper, Warrior, up to Guntersville, New Hope, and then areas here, Birmingham and points north and east towards Gladson. Doesn't look like there's any tornado warnings right now. There is a bit of a notch right in here near Decatur that's worth watching. But we did have tornadoes earlier south of Florence and near Russellville, and back towards Vina and Hodges, Atwood is where we saw that confirmed tornado there. Right now, all the action seems to be in Ohio and then the Delmarva. Good news is the storms have gone sub-severe, at least by Environment Canada's criteria. There are some stronger storms riding along US or I-90, Dunkirk. Those are going to continue moving east-northeast towards Buffalo. So Buffalo is going to get some stormy weather. We'll see if there's any warnings that are needed out of those. Once again, right now, the area of circulation here that was over Delaware has a special marine warning. We'll have to see if it gets a tornado warning once it gets back across the Delaware Bay. If it does, it'd be in this area north Quinton and Canton in southern New Jersey. We also have that area rotation near the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. That is about to leave the tornado warning and go over the Chesapeake Bay. If a new tornado warning would be issued, it'd be this area up here towards Red Point, White Crystal Beach, Hollywood Beach, and Elk River Estate. So just watch out for this area. We'll have to see if that requires a new warning. And it's going to be hard to see if that is on the ground. Pretty tight area rotation here near Chelsea. It's right along the Chesapeake Bay. And just south of Edgewood. Wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a water spout there. And then back here, still have the area of rotation. It's actually picked up a bit again. Let's see. It's down to radar indicated, but still here near Rosedale, Rossville, Middle River, and I-695 and Route 702 and 95. Let me see if we can get a let me see if we can get something out there. Let's see. All right, we'll take this camera. This is at 702 and 695. So this would be near the area of rotation. All right, that's good there. Whoa, that really blew up the screen though. Let's see. Tuck that back just a little bit. That way you guys can see the radar site too. So area rotation should be actually just kind of crossing this camera. We can see the motion of the clouds. So we're right in this area here, seeing the motion of the clouds like this. And it has gotten darker according to this camera. I don't think this is on the ground right now. Ooh. It's close to being though. I think most of that is contamination. But this is right near Rossville and I-695 and 702. We're looking, I think, towards, we may not be looking right, let's see, west, southwest. So we may be looking towards this. Either way, here's your area of circulation right in here. I think this area of circulation has just crossed over this camera. So that verifies that it's not on the ground. Unlike the last time we saw it with the power flashes, still there's kind of three areas of circulation in here. The one over the Chesapeake Bay near Aberdeen Proving Grounds, the one back here south of Eckridge, and then our tightest one is that area that's still ongoing from that same supercell that produced the tornadoes east of Leesburg and over towards Gaithersburg. This storm has been basically producing tornadoes from, let's see, from probably just east of Leesburg around the Potomac River all the way to this area north and east of Baltimore, about 60 miles, because it hasn't also just gone in a perfectly straight line. It's actually going a little more east towards Gaithersburg, and then it's kind of curved a little bit and come across like this. So again, that's not one tornado. That's kind of the path of this supercell since it started producing tornadoes. The supercell itself, we saw it back just west of Leesburg, somewhere up in here south of Purcellville. So this storm has actually been going for longer than probably the 60 miles I just measured. I just measured kind of where it's been tornadic from, with probably at least 3 or 4 tornadoes in this path. 2 pretty significant looking ones near Gaithersburg. Another one up here towards Olney. We saw a tornado here on the stream right near 695 and 95. And it looks like Baltimore has been spared by this. And in fact, I'm going to take a break to get a drink here real quick. But Baltimore, you guys are cleared of the tornado warning. So Baltimore, you're clear of the tornado warning. This is all east of Baltimore now. Rossville, Rosedale, Essex, Middle River. This is right along Highway 40 and also 695. And let me see if I can get, let's see, 695. Let's see if we can get it on the 95 camera here. Let's see. This would be 95 and White Marsh 40 43. There are still a lot of cars out here. All right, this might be the best we can do for the minute here. All right, yeah, I'm gonna take this camera. This is looking south. This is looking towards our area rotation here. Coming up just probably south of this camera, but this will give us a good idea what's going on here just to the north side of Baltimore. All right, that's gonna be good right there. Well, let me blow it up for you guys. We'll keep it a little larger here. Playing around with the margins. All right. So we're just looking just here in this area. This is right off of the circulation, and we're looking south along 95. So the circulation is just going to be off to our left of the camera. So this area, right here, this rainy, smoky, foggy area, that is looking towards this area of circulation. There's a lot of people leaving Baltimore right now. Maybe delayed rush hour, stuff like that. There's not a lot of people going into Baltimore, but circulation would just be off in that rain and wind-driven rain. Yeah, the hail has not been very big today. We've not seen big hail really at all today. It's actually starting to tighten back up. But this is an area here just to the south of White Marsh, between White Marsh and Middle River. This storm, I think, is going to try and tornado again, believe it or not. It's actually running into the previous tornado warning. This area's been under a tornado warning for a while. There's another area of circulation just on the edge of this tornado warning, south of Chelsea, probably just offshore. There are a couple lower values in there. Would not be shocked. There may be an ongoing water spout right here, south of Chelsea. Yeah, this is an observed tornado too. Oh no, they're gonna confirm. They're confirming the one that we. So we're looking towards that area of rotation. We can look for power flashes again. But it looks like this is going to be back on the ground. Sorry, I think it actually is the first. The first warning is the ongoing tornado. So there's two tornadoes potentially. Let's see. This one is still on the ground. There, it's probably just now offshore as a water spout. But the area here that they're re-warning, ooh, that is a new area. So if you're in this area, Chelsea, Edgewood, Bowie's Quarters, stay in your safe space because you have the new storm. Actually, probably there could be becoming more of a shear line here, but this. All right, double checking. I want to double check my audio here. So yes, the first confirmed tornado warning was double checking there when I was resetting the audio real quick. But the first tornado warning confirmed is for that area that is now over the Chesapeake Bay. The new tornado warning is radar indicated at the moment. That is the area of rotation that we probably just saw pass to the south of us here on this camera. Let's see where this area of rotation is, just sliding south of 95 at the moment. There's actually two areas of rotation. It may actually be going through another mesoscale or mesocyclone replacement here over Bowley's Corners and south of White Marsh. The good news for both of these is they're going to be these areas of rotation, as well as this one that's over the water right now, is and they actually dropped the original tornado warning. These could be producing water spouts, but this one here is the one that it's going to be mostly leaving some population. It's riding right along the Chesapeake Bay. There's also the Aberdeen Proving Grounds here, a big military facility. So one good news, I guess, for right now is it's sliding south of I-95 at the moment, south and east of I-95. So taking a look, we've dropped the tornado warning north of Columbus, but there is now an observed tornado again on the storm near Mount Vernon. This is confirmed located over Gambier or near, or near Mount Vernon, moving east at 20. So this is again that same area here that we were looking near Mount Vernon that came across near Five Corners and Brandon. So again, tornado warning, stay in your safe space. This is moving very slowly. So I know if you're out here in your safe space, you've been there for a while. But this has been confirmed a few times. And it looks like it's on the ground again here near Gambier, Ohio. Howard, Danville, Bladensburg, and Martinsburg in north central Ohio. Please be taking your tornado safety measures. Yeah. Ohio's been a little busy today too. All right, continuing to look here. Let me see if we can get something here. I'm looking at, let's see. I think we're going to reset our camera. So that was probably the circulation when it was really foggy looking. You can now see the tree line in that camera again. It just kind of slid just south of us here near Rossville. That is going to be over this area here near Cunning Hill Cove, West Twin River, Oliver Beach, right in this area here, just north and east of Baltimore. This may be on the ground again. No, that's probably CC contamination. I'm a little jumpy after seeing it on camera a little bit ago, so pardon me. But I think it's going to go through another bit of a phase here. It looks like we're seeing a new area rotation on the southern end, and you can kind of see that there's actually, right now, this storm is kind of sideways, but there's two appendages. Well, there's a lot of yellow in here, or white in here with the river outlines, but this is our supercell now. It kind of has these two appendages. They're both rotating. Yeah, it's a very interesting look here, this supercell. It's not as structured as it was a long time ago, but still a dangerous supercell here. Radar indicated at the moment. Again, over Oliver Beach, down towards Bowley's Corner, Miami Beach, and then this is going to slide just south of Edgewood and then over towards Chelsea, right along the Chesapeake Bay here, north and east of Baltimore. Watching these other cells, and there we go. We're going to get a new tornado warning here. I mentioned you guys earlier towards White Crystal Beach. This is a new tornado warning for this area of circulation here that's coming off of the Chesapeake Bay. And there may be two areas of circulation. There's one kind of here, and then there's one here that's stronger. Again, we're not going to see a CC drop on this until it gets over towards White Crystal Beach. So if you're out here, we've called your name earlier, but let's see what other towns are out here. Chesapeake Haven, Fredericktown, Heaselton, Warwick, Earlville, Hacks Point, and Bohemia's Mills, as well as White Crystal Beach. You guys need to be in your safe space, Westview Shores as well. Let's check on, I want to check on our, okay, that circulation that was crossing the Delaware Bay has broadened. So good news there. We're kind of watching just two cells now. We're watching the one here approaching White Crystal Beach, and then we're watching the one leave us here towards the Chesapeake Bay, south of Edgewood. What a night. What a night. I wanted to get out in front of this. Let's see if we have any cameras at, this would be, let me see, exit 77. All right, we'll take this view. Not the best view. Again, we're getting kind of dark, but this is at Maryland 24. We may not have a great view of this, but we can at least get the overall conditions as the storm is approaching here. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, grab a quick drink, and then we'll come back. All right. Woo. All right, let me check my audio. All right, we're live again. What a crazy night. Yeah. Got a quick bite to eat and got my lemonade. So we're in for the long haul here. Was not expecting this. I was gonna do a quick little stream for like an hour, hour and a half, and then and probably call it once the storms wound down a little bit. But then we had a line of supercells kind of in this area here in Northern Virginia and Southwest Maryland. One of them took over here and went berserk near Gaithersburg and between Leesburg and Gaithersburg with a couple large tornadoes. It's been producing tornadoes basically along its path since, if you're just tuning in. And it's now finally, if you're just tuning in, we saw it here. I don't know if that's our report or not, but we saw it right here on the southwest side of Baltimore with power flashes lighting up the funnel live on our stream. So that was pretty crazy right here, southwest of Baltimore. That same storm that's been going somewhat like this is still tornado warned north and east here of Baltimore. With another cell that also has circulation here. So I want to quickly just double check. We still have the tornado warning out in Kent County, Ohio. Or sorry, Knox County, Ohio. This one is back to radar indicated. This has been on the ground a few times as well. It may be going through some replacement here. We have a couple areas of circulation. But if you're in this warning, I have said it before, this warning has been here for a while. This storm is not moving particularly fast. Gambier, Monroe Mills, Howard, Millwood, Oak Hill, Danville, Pipesville, and Esto. Just please stay in your safe space. This is a dangerous storm. It's produced multiple tornadoes. I think when it went tornado warning somewhere back here near Centerburg and Five Corners, it produced a tornado somewhere up in here. And then another one somewhere in this area between Hunt and Gambier. And it's still just kind of here in part of, I think, one of the original warning boxes. So I think this storm, if I remember right, has had like 2 warning boxes in the whole tornadic life of this storm. And it's still kind of sitting in here. So, long night if you're in the Mount Vernon area over toward Danville, Gann, just west of Newcastle in north central Ohio. But definitely worth staying hunkered down and in your tornado safe space. That, I think, is the only other tornado warning right now outside of the Delmarva. The good news is the storms in Alabama have become less severe. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings out for 60-mile-an-hour winds pushing through the Huntsville metro, but they seem to be breaking up now east of Birmingham. Still some strong storms between Birmingham and Atlanta, but those are going to hopefully continue to downtrend. We've had actually quite a bit of severe weather in Mississippi and into northwest Alabama, including we did see a confirmed tornado with the CC drop out here in northwest Alabama. Otherwise, all of the action has been, oh, and real quick, let me just check. We were watching severe storms earlier in southwest Ontario. Those are non-severe, but still gusty winds and some strong storms coming towards Buffalo, especially the south towns. It looks like the weather's a little stronger down in southwest New York State. So all of our action has pretty much shrunk in the Delmarva to this area here in northeast Maryland, a little bit into New Jersey. I was watching an original tornado warning storm over Delaware. That one has crossed into New Jersey. It looks like some broad maybe rotation there, but that one has weakened, so that's good news for southwest New Jersey. And then back now onto the eastern shore of the Chesapeake. We're watching an area of circulation come across and come back ashore near White Crystal Beach. Seems to be a little broader now. That's from near Earlville, headed towards Cecilton. We'll see if that gets extended. The warning right now goes out to the Delaware and Maryland border right here. So just keep an eye on this here if you're in Middletown or Townsend, Delaware. This is to your west. Compared to some of our coverage that is in the high plains, this is an area here where there's not like a lot of space between states. So that's only 12 miles. So, you know, if you're out in Wyoming or Kansas, you might be like, oh, that's in the next state. Here it's very condensed. So this is only about 12.5 miles from Middletown, Townsend, even though it's a different NWS territory and a different state. Again, rotation kind of near the Earlville area, just south of White Crystal Beach, coming towards Cecilton along 301. The other area here is the other cell. Near Newtown and Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and that's moving east. So this is a warning for what is still over the water here near Echo Hill. It doesn't look particularly strong on the rotation, but this is that part of that same storm that has produced tornadoes through Maryland today. So this is coming here towards Still Pond, Kennedyville, Glencoe, Galena, Fredericktown, Sassafras, Massey, and Colt. We also have that storm that's back a little further near Chelsea. Still has rotation in it. Right here, just about to leave the warning area. What is that? Near Bush River and Chelsea here. We'll see if that gets an extended warning. If not, it may not for a little bit because it's going to be over mostly open water of the northern Chesapeake Bay. And good news right now, I think once it gets a little bit here south and east of Chelsea, this is mostly Aberdeen Proving Grounds. That is a military facility, and so public is not as affected. It's a rather desolate part of the Chesapeake shoreline here with the proving grounds. It looks like we've seen a little bit of a downtrend in the severe weather here as this pushes into northeast Maryland. But a couple tornado reports coming in. Yeah, we had a couple other confirmed tornadoes up here near Westminster and near Reisterstown. Where is it? So I wouldn't be surprised if we get, it was near Gamber and Louisville. We had at least one there. I think we had another one kind of formed near Reisterstown. Not exact. I'm just kind of remembering on where we had a couple confirmed tornadoes. And then we've had a string of confirmed tornadoes here from just east of Leesburg through Gaithersburg, through Columbia, and through Arbutus. And that is where we saw. I'll post the tomorrow. I'll clip down the video and just post the clip of the tornado. At first I wasn't sure. I thought it might have been lightning, but then I realized that was way too low for lightning. And then we can definitely see more power flashes and the actual funnel lit up in power flashes. So I'll repost that tomorrow. Yeah, it's been a crazy night. I was going to come on, do a little bit of weather, and then do a little bit of a preview of maybe tomorrow's severe weather. and then things here, especially in Maryland, went overperformed. And I was going to focus in on the southwest Ontario a little bit too, where earlier there were severe weather with a line of storms there. Let's go back to our tornado warning here, still in north central Ohio. Good news is it seems to be broadening. We're not seeing that tight couplet like we did earlier, but there's still rotation in here. There's still actually kind of two areas, but the one is weakening near Pipesville and Esto. But yeah, it's kind of this storm that's been sitting here, and the southern end of the storm has been rotating in point. So it's still there. Just stay in a safe place, stay hunkered down. There's a big cluster of storms now that's kind of pushing this way. So hopefully that can kind of give this storm a kick in the booty and kind of get it out of its way here. There's also a, I've talked about this in other streams, but just as, and actually statistically more dangerous than tornadoes, than hurricanes, than lightning, and a lot of other severe weather, statistically more dangerous and deadly is flooding. And this area here north of Columbus has had training thunderstorms since at least probably about 5 o'clock Eastern time, about 4 o'clock Central. So there's been kind of bands of storms and heavy showers that have pushed across this area. And we are seeing the flash flood warnings here from Delaware, Ohio, all the way back towards Russell's Point. So this is a pretty good amount of flash flood warnings. Let's see. From end to end, that's about 66 miles of flash flood warnings. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a few more in this area here between I guess between where our tornado warn storm is now and then where the back edge of that is around Russell's Point and down towards Urbana. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a few more flash flood warnings. The storms have stayed generally north of Columbus. Columbus is getting storms and rain now, but the storms have not sat over Columbus like they have north of town. And some pretty strong storms, non-severe right now in southwest Ohio, especially this one here near Wilmington. That's actually near the radar site and then NWS office. We had a couple isolated storms in West Texas earlier that I didn't even really get to when we had so many tornado warnings in a populated area, but I think we had some big hail out towards Sonora and down towards what is it? Brackettsville. I guess we'll go with Brackettsville. Del Rio I was thinking of. And yeah, it looks like the Gulf Coast is definitely clearer than it was earlier. There's also a couple severe storms in the Carolinas today. Late afternoon, early evening, I think down and even into Jacksonville. But yeah, we can already see kind of the two clusters of severe storms. And this one's overperformed, I think, a little bit today too. We're going to see a lot of wind damage reports out of this area here. Kind of east central Mississippi all the way through northern Alabama. And I guess, well, things have calmed down just a little bit. I'll just check in on, we had a couple isolated severe storms also in Minnesota and Wisconsin today. Those look like they're simmering down. So we're really just watching the storms here, northern end of the Chesapeake Bay, and then the one storm in north central Ohio still. Let's go back to these two. They're still, I think, yeah, it's just radar indicated. Finally, we just have radar indicated tornado warning. Yes, 3 radar indicated tornado warning. So let's check these here. And the good news is, yeah, that seems to be rotation is starting to simmer down and broaden out. We saw pretty strong rotation west of Chesapeake Haven and White Crystal Beach. This is over the Chesapeake Bay a little bit ago. That looks like it came on shore around Chesapeake Haven. There's kind of 2 areas of rotation. The other one came ashore maybe around Westview Shores. And yeah, still kind of seeing Still seeing two areas I would consider a broad rotation. They're both around this tornado warning. One up towards Hacks Point and one towards Earlville and Cecilton. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Hacks Point, St. Augustine, Bohemia's Mills, Warwick, Sassafras, Fredericktown, Cecilton, Earlville. You guys all need to stay in your safe space, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a storm shelter or basement, I'm not sure a lot of people do, right on the Chesapeake and the eastern shore of the Delmarva is pretty sandy. So not sure there's many basements out here, but if you do, it's a good idea to head to the basement. And then our other area of rotation is still over here by the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Still decently tight area rotation. But I don't know if we're going to see much here with the, it's over the water at the moment. So there is a couple lower CC values in here, but it could just be that the, it's not lining up. Let me see here. 908. 904. And 908. 908. So we're seeing a 909. Okay. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Little weird, but it was just the radar scans were lining up to different times. But looks like it's not showing any CC drop at the moment. The interesting thing is this cell here is kind of tucked behind the cell that's moving through Cecilton, Crystal Beach, that area right now. So this area may stay under tornado warning if it continues to kind of follow the cell that's out in front. This is what's left of the original cell that produced all that tornadoes back towards Gaithersburg and stuff. We're going to stay on this. It's 10:10 Eastern and 9:10 Central. And we'll stay on these storms, I think, a little longer, just because of the history that they've had. They do seem to be downtrending, but I just want to make sure before we say goodbye to them. There it is. There's the new tornado warning. That's going to cover the, let me just see here. Yeah, that's going to cover the area that's rotating here near Aberdeen Proving Ground and just offshore. It is sliding, it looks like maybe a little bit more north. So again, Crystal Beach, stay in your safe space. Earlville, stay in your safe space. Hack Point, Bohemia Mills, stay in your safe space. And then some new areas under warning are Hollywood Beach, Chesapeake City, St. Augustine, Elk River Estates, and Red Point. I think I mentioned Elk River Estates a long time ago. Also Elkton, Whitehall, La Plaine Estates, and Elk Mills right on the border here. That actually is intensifying. There's probably a water spout ongoing. Would not be shocked if there's a water spout. We're just not going to see it on the CC. The CC drop shows us meteorological targets versus non-meteorological targets, and if it's just picking up water, the radar is pretty much going to say that that's a meteorological target. Every now and then you can get a few lower values. But usually it's a little harder to detect. The original here storm that's out ahead of this seems to be broadening and weakening in the rotation, so that's good over Cecilton. Still stay in your safe place. Still stay in your tornado safe place there. And then let's see. Let's see if I can get a camera up that way. I don't think there's many cameras along along that route, but let me just while we do have a minute here of downtime, let me just see if I can get a camera up that way. Alright, I think we got a decent camera here. Let me get it lined up again, and then we'll take it from this camera. I really appreciate the Maryland DOT has some nice camera systems here, and they've surprisingly worked during some of the strongest weather here today. I think the only time they didn't work is when we lost the camera with probably a power outage around Gaithersburg. But the other cameras worked, and we got to see, I think, the tornado at least twice. We definitely saw it once. Only thing, if I can be critical for a second, is the cameras seem to be different sizes. But, I guess that's maybe fully not our fault, but... Alright, there we go. Get that punched up. And, this is at the Sassafras River. Alright, so... This is Maryland 213 at the Sassafras River. Which is, let me find that. Okay, that's the area here just near Warwick. So right in the middle of our tornado warned area here. This is getting particularly strong, the one over the water. Starting to get pretty worried to hear about White Crystal Beach. This is probably an ongoing water spout. Let's see. See, there's a couple lower values. This is what I was saying earlier. This could be the sign of a water spout. There's a couple lower values in here, but I can't really confirm that as a CC drop. But just based on the radar here, that this is likely an ongoing water spout about to come ashore near Westview Shores and White Crystal Beach. If it does, in a couple scans, we may be able to get this confirmed again. So it's broader than the last one. Okay, yeah. Here is... Our camera is at Fredericktown. Let me see... That's pretty much the closest I think we can get here on the eastern shore to this tornado warning. But this system should pass just to the north of this camera. If it stays on its current path, it's going to pass probably just a couple miles to the north. So probably not going to see it, but this is another area here that's also had a lot of rain all day, rain and storms and tornado warnings. So this area here is another area that has a considerable threat flash flood warning, which is something you have to take seriously. And there's a lot of people still on the roads. So turn around, don't drown. Please do not drive through flooded roadways, especially at night. You can't see how deep the water is. You can't see how fast it's flowing. It's even extra dangerous to drive through flash flooding at night. It's still dangerous in the daytime, but bringing that at night just ramps that up even more. Still pretty strong circulation here. Would not be surprised if this is a water spout that's about to come ashore. We can at least see kind of the overall storm from this Sassafras River camera. Heavy rain and lightning are definitely coming down right now. Doesn't look quite as windy as some of our cameras have earlier. I guess we're kind of on the southern end of this storm. We're right on the edge of this storm. Yeah, this is the Sassafras River here. And that area has been dropped from the tornado warning. Yeah, there's still a little weak rotation right there by Cecil, and it just ended on the last scan. This, though, this is a pretty dangerous area of circulation again. We'll have to see. In general, this storm has downtrended. It may have ramped up over the water. There's less friction over the Chesapeake Bay over large bodies of water. Where we saw was kind of downtrending when it was over land. Hopefully, that trend stays verified, and it'll downtrend once it gets back ashore. That may, I'd be very worried about at least a brief water spout here coming ashore near Westview Shores and White Crystal Beach. We'll have to see if it maintains strength inland, but there is likely a water spout right up in this area here, just offshore. And again, we're not going to see much on the CC drop with it, but would not be shocked if that's a little area of right up in this little notch. Okay, before that comes ashore, yeah, they're just gonna, let's see here. Several videos of the tornado on the ground in Columbia. Several videos, numerous trees and power lines down. Our storm report, maybe, I don't know if this is ours or not, but a video near Arbutus along 95. I don't think that's our report. I think we saw it a little bit further as it kind of tracked this way. We were at Arbutus, and 95 and 695 was our camera. And then looking back, finally our tornado warning here has been dropped. But there are a few damage reports already coming into this area. This is that area back towards Brandon. Damage to an outbuilding on Possum Street, possible tornado. And large tree down, Ohio State Route 661. Looks like still a little area rotation, but it's broadening. So good news there is I think it's finally okay. Mount Vernon, Gambier, Martinsburg, Bladensburg, you guys can finally come out of your tornado safe space. I think they were under a tornado warning for quite a while. Before that comes ashore, I just want to check on our friends down in Alabama. Still have strong winds. They're approaching right now the Tennessee-Alabama state line north of Huntsville. Probably actually into Tennessee here near Park City, approaching Elora, and eventually Skyline and High Top. Especially this area here now north and east of Newmarket, coming towards Huntland in Tennessee. That's, I think, our strongest area winds. You can see that bowing out here. Yeah, we are really close to the radar site. So the good news is, being so close to the radar site, with the winds generally headed towards the radar site, you can get a really accurate picture. And I don't think we're seeing the 60-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like we're in maybe the 40s to near 50, which is likely what the new special weather statement is going to cover. Yeah, gusts up to 50. So good news is that's coming down. Wouldn't be completely shocked if that ramped up again. You could get another severe warning somewhere out here towards Winchester. But overall, it does seem like these storms are winding down here in northern Alabama. All right, we are about ready to find out what's going on here. Area rotation is just over Westview Shores and White Crystal Beach. It's about to come on shore. Still no CC drop at the moment, but it had pretty tight rotation just a couple scans ago over the open waters of the northern Chesapeake Bay. It's kind of going northeast. It may ride a little bit into this this river system here. What is this? Big Elk Creek and the Bohemia River. It's a pretty wide river. Like a mile wide at times, at least at this point in the river system here. This is basically a branch of the Chesapeake Bay. So it may technically still be a water spout, just kind of threading the needle here between the land and the bay and the river. Let's see. And if it is, it's going to be rain wrapped. So please don't go try and see this if you're out here. Once again, this is a tornado warning for White Crystal Beach, Westview Shores, Johntown, Earlville, Scotchman's Glen, Hack Point, Bohemia's Mills, St. Augustine, White Swan Lake, Chesapeake City, Elk River, Hollywood Beach, Quail's Nest, Chesapeake Cove, Elkton, all the way up here towards Washington Woods, and even here, technically along a 95, Palm Springs Manor. I don't know if the storm is going to get that far north, but we have a new tornado warning, though. This is right on the Pennsylvania border here. This is an area here that is capable of producing tornadoes over Rock Springs. Rising Sun, West Nottingham, Rock Springs, Farmington, and Conowingo. You guys all need to be in your safe space. I want to bring this back and see. It's kind of a broad area. I want to see if it was tighter a few minutes ago or. It's right on the edge of this radar site, which is the issue. Yeah, I guess it's up in here. This is a bit of a radar hole. We don't have to deal with that much, but there's kind of northern Maryland and south central Pennsylvania has a bit of a radar hole because the closest radar is basically out of the Jersey Shore or down near Georgetown, Delaware, or back towards northern Virginia or State College, Pennsylvania. I would love to have another radar site somewhere basically between Harrisburg and Allentown, Reading, or somewhere along I-78, Lebanon, Bethel, somewhere up in here. Will be amazing to have another radar site up in here. I know this isn't the most severe weather prone area, but it's a pretty populated area, and it'd be nice to have another radar site up in this area. That's my rant for the day. So yeah, there is, again, we're kind of seeing it from a pretty far distance. There is rotation up in here. So Oakwood, Calora, Rising Sun, Slimer, and Zion, and just north of Liberty Grove. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that is even a better spot, or a first floor of a split level that's semi-underground, something like that. And if you're in a mobile home, camping trailer, tent, there's some good. It's a really kind of hilly, woody area along the Susquehanna River where there might be some good camping opportunities. But yeah, if you're in any type of temporary structure, you need to make sure you make your way quickly to a stable structure here. All right, checking back on our storm here near White Crystal Beach. Still seeing that rotation. Not seeing any deep CC drops. So that's good. We'll have to hang on here, and I'm crossing my breath and seeing if we're finally maybe done with the storm or not. There are I've been posting it to our Twitter or X or whatever it's called today, but it's WXCastUSA, and there's some amazing views, especially out of Gaithersburg and the tornadoes earlier this afternoon of structure of a supercell that you generally don't see in this area, and it looks very structurally sound on our radars here too. But I just posted, it's a picture and a video. This guy did a great job, but it is I mean, it looks like an alien UFO. Just, you know, oh, look at the lightning on that. This is at Sassafras River and Maryland 215. Right here. Now it's coming out of the storm. We can even see it better. But we're right on the back end here near Fredericktown. That's our best, closest view here of our tornado-warned storm. Still seeing kind of broad circuit. It's broadened a little bit since it's come ashore. That's kind of what I was thinking. If you're just joining us, this was tightened up. Probably produced a water spout over the Chesapeake. It was pretty tight here for a little bit, but it's likely that now that it's ashore here, there's a bit more friction on land, and we're seeing that here as a result. It was weaker before it was over the Chesapeake, and then it kind of peaked again when it was over the open water, and it's likely broadened and weakened here. But this is still easily capable of producing a tornado. This has produced damaging tornadoes before this same storm, so we're still following that. Still two tornado warnings. They're both in Cecil County, Maryland, but they're two different storms. One here is on the more southern end of Cecil County along the eastern shore. The other one here is in northern Cecil County, right along the border with Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. This is a storm that was up near Oakwood and Castleton. It's now moving towards Mount Pleasant and Calora and Rising Sun. We're kind of far from the radar site, so it's really hard to see, but there's rotation up in here along Route 1 and Rising Sun. We're not really going to see much, but we do have a radar indicated area rotation near Richardsmere, or 10 miles north of Harvard DeGraff, moving east at 15. Okay, there it is right there. Yeah, that is the same area of rotation. So that's it right here. Topeka East, Octaro Lake, Octaro Lake, Woodland Heights, Harrisville, Rising Sun, Barnes Corner, Greenhurst, Pearl Estates, Calvert, and Nottingham Field. If I didn't call your city's name here, hopefully you just know where you are in there. It's riding kind of right along the Pennsylvania border, and it's maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour. I'll take it at 20 just to give you an extra couple minutes of warning time, but it could be a little bit slower than this. Rising Sun about 4 minutes, Farmington 9, Calvert 16, and Zion about 19 to 20 minutes. And if it's at 15, it's maybe a few minutes behind on this. But as it gets a little further east, a little closer to our radar site, we can start to see a little bit of that rotation a little further. Yeah, it's kind of riding along the northern edge. This is a pretty small tornado warning that is right here in the northeast corner of Maryland. And then checking back here on our storm on the eastern shore, still just radar indicated. This is coming across here near Hacks Point and Earlville. The rotation there earlier. This is the same area that had a tornado warning a little bit ago from another storm. But this is coming again towards Hacks Point, Bohemia's Mills, St. Augustine. We're really seeing the lightning here as we're kind of on the back end of that storm. We have a camera here near Fredericktown at 213 in the Sassafras River. And I am going to guess we're looking north. I think we're looking back towards the storm. So we're seeing lightning flash kind of to the northeast of our camera, to the right of our camera. And then we're also seeing lightning flashing straight ahead, which is north. So yeah, we're looking in the right direction towards that storm. Once again, it's 9:36 Central, 10:36 Eastern time. So this is a late night. This is turning into a nocturnal severe weather threat here for tornadoes on the eastern shore of Maryland. And rotation has picked up actually a little bit. Again, I don't think we're going to see much from this camera, except we can see the general storm. I think we're a little too far away to probably see any details of this circulation. We're about 4 or 5 miles from this storm, so we may see any kind of like lowering on the horizon. If I don't know how the tree line is on this camera, but if the lightning flashes enough, we could see some structure. Checking again on this storm here near Rising Sun. It's along Route 1. Not seeing any CC drop, but again, we're farther from the radar site here, so it's getting tricky to see exactly what's going on in this storm, which is even more of a reason in this tornado warning to please, be in your tornado safe space. Slimer, Rising Sun, Zion, and Calora, Mount Pleasant. You guys just north of there, Barnes Corners, Woodland Heights, Nottingham Fields, Calvert, and Pearl Estates. You guys all need to be in your safe spot here in northern and northeastern Maryland. Ooh, this is a new one here. This is a this is that area that we saw. Well, we had a camera right at 695 and 702. It looked dark, and the camera shook, but we couldn't see anything definitive. I think it picked up again just after that. Looks like we had some homes damaged and trees down in the Middle River area of Maryland. So this storm has had a long history of producing tornadoes, and probably, I mean, there's 4 tornado reports here. I would guess these 2 in Columbia are probably the same, but I think we've had probably at least 1, 2, 3, let's see, zooming in a little bit. 1 near Olney, I think we had 4, 5 near Gaithersburg, and then 6 west of Gaithersburg. I think we had probably at least six tornadoes out of this storm. And probably won't ever really know if there was a water spout unless someone got it on a boat cam, or a ship or something like that. Still watching that area rotation. It's definitely not as tight as it was earlier, so that is good news. It's a bit broad at the moment, and it's kind of linear. There are a couple points in here that are a little tighter than I'm watching. Still a dangerous storm. Elk River Basin, St. Augustine, Bohemia's Mills, Chesapeake City, up towards Red Point, and Elk River Estates. Stay in your safe space. And then still seeing that area rotation. As it moves a little bit further east, it gets a little closer to the radar site. We can start to get a little better picture of this. It's right along the Pennsylvania and Maryland border here. We do have a new tornado warning. It's back into Ohio. Yeah, an area around Newark and Heath, Ohio. Kind of a broad area that's tightened up a little bit near Union Station, Heath, Locust Grove. And riding up towards Newark, Hanover. This is along and north of I-70. In this cell here. This is going to ride kind of along Ohio Route 16 towards from Newark over towards Hanover, and if it holds together towards Frazeysburg, Ohio. So if you're along Ohio Route 16, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Locust Grove, Lloyd Corner, Cottage Hill, Tabasso, Nashport, and Hanover. This is another area that's a bit further from the radar site, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to see what's going on in this storm too. It doesn't look very, well, it just looks like a big blob of showers and storms, so it definitely doesn't have that look to the structure, but that does not mean that there can't be a tornado out of storms like this, especially on a day like today here in the Northeast. I've had a couple areas of localized areas that have enhanced tornadoes. And this area here in north central Ohio has had a couple confirmed tornadoes today. And then all this over here. It's time for more lemonade. Yeah, very, very interesting day today. We've had severe weather overperform in a lot of areas. The threats today were basically marginal. I think the marginal threats were pretty much on point for the northern side, for the areas here in Wisconsin and Minnesota. There's a couple isolated severe storms in Maine, and then for the most part, kind of isolated in the lower peninsula of Michigan. And then the other areas that were isolated were back here in Texas. And then earlier today, there was a big MCS that just shut down the Houston airports this morning. Created all kinds of travel delays, flight delays in and out of Houston, with complete closures for a little while, and then a ground delay program for like 65 minutes. It was a mess in Houston this morning. That area kind of verified. The other marginal area I think was in like this area here, verified as kind of marginal severe. There's a couple severe warnings. NOLA, North Shore, up into South Mississippi. But this area seems to have over-verified a little bit in northern Alabama. We can see all those thunderstorm damage reports out of there, so that's probably an area that over-verified. And then certainly the area here in the Delmarva was a marginal risk, and that, I think, over-verified as well. So, interesting day. think if I remember right, this was the highest risk area for tornadoes though. It was a small like 2% risk area kind of in this area. So I don't know if those are those stats still on here. Let me see. Yeah, well, they've been updated, I think. They've been pushed east. But earlier today it was a little bit more west. That area has definitely probably over verified. Interesting to see the meteorological science of these type of events. All right, back here we still have a couple areas of spin. They're now east of White Crystal Beach, south of Chesapeake City, north of Cecilton. They've shrunk the warning too, so they've honed in on this. We're seeing that look here. Pretty much we'd be looking right at that area of circulation here. It's just north along 213 from our camera. But again, I don't think we're going to see much on the camera. I think for the most part, we're just going to see the light show. It's actually, if it wasn't a tornado warning storm, this is a pretty camera shot. It's on the river. There's the lightning in the distance. Yeah, it's somewhat kind of pretty. But hopefully this storm is not hurting anyone at the moment. Yeah, still rotating in here near Hacks Point. I'm approaching Bohemia Mills. And then still have this other area of circulation, radar indicated near Rising Sun. It's still kind of broad circulation. We can see here these are winds like this, but there's a pretty good amount of gray in between. That generally means it's not super tight right. And it's gotten a little bit tighter, but in general this is kind of broad rotation. A day like today though, and as we were just kind of discussing, that over verified a little bit. Definitely don't take these lightly, these two tornado warnings. The one here near Rising Sun and Slimer, eventually over towards Zion and Calvert. And then the one here down towards Chesapeake City, Hacks Point, Bohemia Mills, St. Augustine, Elk River Basin. Definitely take these seriously here. Kind of seeing two areas of circulation, the one near Chesapeake City and then the one near Hacks Point. That one near Hacks Point is a bit tighter. So we'll watch that one especially. Yeah, it's, I think, trying to tighten back up again. I hate to say it, it's late at night for these people. It's been a long evening here in the Delmarva, but this is maybe going to try and tornado again. Checking on weather here for New York City. The showers and storms, the northern extent has stayed to about Trenton. And then back into Ohio, we still have that tornado warning for the area around Newark, along Ohio Route 16, Swans, Hanover, Bend, Tabasso, Cottage Hill, Gratiot, and up towards Perryton. Please be in your tornado safety space here. We're at the very edge of this radar site too. Central Ohio, like north, somewhere up in here, north of Columbus, is another area that really needs a radar site. This area actually, if I'm talking about radar holes like I was earlier in kind of south central Pennsylvania, it'd be really great to have a radar site like Marion or Delaware. This area actually does get more severe weather than, say that northeast corner of Maryland. So even this year alone, we've had tornadoes in Wapakoneta, Marion, Bucyrus, where else? Ashland, I think, somewhere in there. Coshocton, somewhere in there. We've had a number of tornadoes in this area in kind of north central Ohio. Yeah, it would be great to have a radar site north side of Columbus, like Marion to Delaware, or over along I-71, Mount Gilead, Cardington, somewhere up in here, because then we would have a much better radar picture of this area here, and probably a better picture of areas like Findlay and Bowling Green as well. If it was like right in this area here near Mount Gilead, because otherwise it's really hard to see this. We're on the edge of the radar sites, really maxed out from Wilmington and also from Pittsburgh. We can just see some very broad rotation, but cannot see anything that's close to the ground level. Newark, Hanover, stay in your safe space up towards Cottage Hill, Tabasso, Gratiot, and Perryton. That's also why the warning is kind of chunky. I would guess if we could see more, they would narrow it down, but because we're far from the radar site, we really have to kind of leave a bigger warning. This thing is still in here. Yeah, it's probably going at 15 to 20 miles an hour top. It's now between Rising Sun and Calvert along Maryland 273. Not seeing any big CC drop, so hopefully it's not on the ground. But again, when we're talking about further from the radar site, it could be lifting stuff and we're just not seeing it to the point of our radar. And by this level of the radar site, we're at least a mile up, if not higher. So 273 here between Calvert and Rising Sun over towards Pearl Estates, Zion, and north sides of Greenhurst. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And then still checking in on our area here near Hacks Point. It's kind of a broad area circulation now, but it's still in here between Bohemia Mills and Hacks Point. And good news is it is, I think, downtrending and broadening is good. If not, another area near Chesapeake City. But I think this is the area that we're really watching. So good news is, I mean, both areas, if we're watching both, are broad at the moment. So I'm also just watching the back end just to make sure it doesn't try and hook back around. It doesn't seem to be doing that. It's not what we would think of as a fully like defined supercell like we did earlier. It's more of kind of an embedded area of circulation still in this. Still in here, Calvert over towards Rising Sun and Pearl Estates. We'll see what they want to do with this warning because it's slowly kind of bumping up towards the edge of this warning. But this is held together. This area of circulation has held together since it was warned back here towards Oakwood and Pilot and whatever other small communities are up there along the Susquehanna. And it's pretty consistently just kind of rode along the Maryland and Pennsylvania border here. So that's been an interesting cell. Every time I kind of resume, you get more tornado reports out of here. I'm surprised we haven't had any official ones put in back here, but we know there's been tornadoes there because we've seen them. But let's see, this is another report out of the Middle River area. Tornadic circulation evident on multiple radars. Damage reported to homes on Cowhide Circle. Enhanced VROT signature up to 25 knot. So that's an interesting one. That must be a Weather Service report. But that is still in the Baltimore metro. We're still watching this tornado warning here out of Chesapeake City. And it's still trying. It is trying here between Bohemia Mills and St. Augustine. Still trying. This is the same cell that produced tornadoes all the way back to Leesburg, Virginia. And then also watching the cell near Rising Sun. This is riding right along the Pennsylvania-Maryland border here between Rising Sun and Calvert. And also Zion, you guys are in this tornado warning. Please be in your tornado safe space here. Pearl, Calvert, Zion. Let me take a quick drink here and I'll be right back. All right. Had an owl emergency. There's a owl on our fence out back. So anyway, freaking out the dogs. Calvert, Pearl states, stay in your safe space here. Again, I'm interested to see what they're going to do to this warning. It's been consistently broad, but it's been consistent. So we'll see if we get a new extension of this. If it does get extended, it's going to be over towards Lombard, Fair Hill, Providence, Cedar Hill, Louisville, maybe as far as Elk Mills or Appleton. If I was going to issue a warning, I would probably just issue the rest of the state here of Northeast Maryland. So we'll see if that gets extended. There is an extension of our other storm. First, I just want to check on our storm here in Ohio. This is east of Newark towards Hanover, Ohio. Broad rotation, but we're really maxing out on the radar ring here. You can see it even kind of cuts off with contamination the rest of the way. So really hard to see what's going on in here. Central Ohio, please get a new NexRad site somewhere up in here north of Columbus. All right, we have a new tornado warning here for Delaware. Some areas that had a tornado warning earlier, so please, if you're in a new warning, please this is a new storm. Armstrong, Odessa, Boyd's Corner, Mount Pleasant, St. George's, Port Penn, up towards Delaware City. I guess this also technically is Fort Mont, New Jersey. So yep, that is New Jersey over there. So I think this is our first tornado warning of the year that covers a piece of New Jersey. Congratulations, Jersey. Welcome to spring 2024. Yeah, it's still here. St. Augustine, Bohemia's Mills. It's right on the Maryland and Delaware state line. So this is about to cross into Delaware. And earlier I mentioned I was worried about it trying to hook back around. Now I'm a little more worried of it trying to hook back around. And we'll have to see and watch it doesn't develop something on the southern flank again. The rotation is just kind of north of that. It's starting to kind of try and get better structured again. It kind of lost that traditional supercell shape, but it's trying to do that again. It's a bit concerning. This is in that area here, just north of Middletown, Delaware. Okay, they're going to allow the tornado warning here towards Rising Sun to expire. I'll still kind of keep an eye on that. There's still some broad rotation up in here near Calvert and Zion, Pearl Estate, but it has weakened a little bit, so still a storm to watch. And then they've allowed the tornado warning here along areas around Newark and Ohio 16 to expire. We are down to 1 tornado warning, 2 severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, okay, these are for storms in northern Ontario right now. Those are pretty punchy looking. Points around North Bay, Ontario, Huntsville, Ontario, down towards Bracebridge. Pretty good storms up here for North Country. That's a pretty potent line of storms. This is well north of Toronto, so I know we were talking earlier about southern Ontario and southwest Ontario. No severe weather here around the Toronto metro, Hamilton, Buffalo. Those storms have weakened. And then I do want to check a little bit down in here into the southeast. Those storms have generally weakened as well. They're kind of on an arc pushing now through Alabama, coming into northwest Georgia, west of Atlanta still, and then also coming towards the Chattanooga, Tennessee metro. But non-severe at the moment. Yeah, just a massive amount of thunderstorm wind damage, with at least 1 or 2 tornadoes in the western portion of Alabama today. This is going to get an extension as a special marine warning for the Delaware Bay here. Thunderstorm capable of producing water spouts, 9 nautical miles southwest of Reedy Point, moving east at 20 knots, water spouts, and wind damage. And then this tornado is for the tornado producing storm over Bohemia's Mills or near Middletown, Ohio, or it's been a long night. Middletown, Delaware. We're seeing that just north of Middletown, Armstrong, Delaware, Mount Pleasant, Odessa, Boyd's Corner. I've not seen any new CC drops lately, so this is some good news. Is the rotation has seemed broad, but it's trying again. It's trying to tighten back up. just north of Middletown, Ohio, or Middletown, Delaware. Bohemia Mills, Maryland. Let me see what the Delaware camera system is like. All right, Del Dot. Oh, here we go. That is our area of circulation. This is a automated camera, or manually, I don't know, manually or automated, but this thing is checking out the storm. Do we have a viewer that operates Del Dot cameras? That is the circulation here. That was, I think, the lowering. We were right at a camera here at Armstrong, and there it goes. Don't think that was on the ground, but that was definitely a lowering. Let's see if I can grab. This one's further out. Okay, we're back. We're back with the Del Dot camera here. This is over Armstrong. Okay, there it is again. That is the lowering right there. So that's what we're looking at. It's probably going to come off and on. We're right in the middle of the storm. But this is what we're looking at here, this lowering. So it does not look like it's on the ground at the moment. We're right here at, our camera's right here at Armstrong. So we're, let's see what we're basically over this area of rotation. They may be looking, I don't know which way they're looking. Oh, does this camera switch? Did it just switch? Oh, we're seeing heavy rain and lightning. So does radar indicated. This is right now our only tornado warning, Newcastle County, Delaware. I like that camera, but that camera seems a little sketchier on the feed. This, maybe they're not manual. They might just rotate automatically, because I feel like it just rotates every few minutes. So this one is kind of just south of Armstrong. I think we're looking at that area right there. It's broadened out a bit, but it's still, it's tried to tighten up a few times. So I'm still pretty concerned about the storm. Armstrong, north sides of Middletown, Odessa, McDonough, Boyd's Corner, Shenandoah, Thorntown, Port Penn, The Island, Biddle's Corners, Shingle Landing, Delaware City, St. George's, Lorewood Grove, Summit Bridge. And yes, technically tiny bit of southern New Jersey, Fort Mott, New Jersey. I think this is New Jersey's first tornado warning of the year. I don't think Fort Mott, if you're in Fort Mott, I don't think it's going to be coming towards you. The tornadic part of the storm seems to be more like this area here towards Boyd's Corner and Fort Penn, so it's starting to kind of broaden. See if it tries to tighten back up. Let's see. We can get out from under the storm. Maybe we can get a view of the storm from just south of it. Whoa. Looks like road construction. Thought it was a big accident. Oh, are they moving something? There's maybe like a big thing over here. I don't know. Not a good night for road construction. You can kind of see the shelf cloud or the lowering. Yeah, the camera must just rotate every little bit. But okay, this direction is looking towards the storm. So here we can see, I think, what is the area that we'd be paying attention to right in this area. It's kind of bright too. So you can see the bit of the tail cloud or the shelf cloud. And then this is the lowering kind of right over those bright lights that we would be looking for. That we're actually looking right into. Camera is shaking a little bit. So we're right here at the edge of the storm. Along First Responders Memorial Highway here. And it's going to kind of keep going in and out with the lightning. Yeah, I think we're seeing the edge of this shelf cloud slash maybe mesocyclone lowering, but it's kind of broad for that right now. It definitely contracted a little bit, and now it's broadened back out. This is good news. I think we might be done with it soon, but that has been a long tornadic producing thunderstorm. And I think we are done with the storm here up near Zion and Rising Sun. That basically zero rotation now. Oh, maybe a little bit right in here. Yeah, there's maybe still a little bit left Zion over to Cedar Hill, but nothing nothing super tight or tornadic looking. There's some at least heavy rain in here, maybe even a couple areas that show some smaller hail. Would not be totally shocked to have some small hail out of that storm. Yeah, so I think we're looking basically at this. Camera's like right here, so we're looking at that lower level of the storm. Here's a camera from Boyd's Corner. This is out in front of this area's circulation, but shows the heavy rain, lightning, wind. We're really seeing it start to broaden out. Good news. Just taking it back even a few scans as it was crossing into Delaware, it was a little tighter. And definitely just west of the Delaware state line, St. Augustine and Bohemia's Mills. That was its maybe last attempt at really tightening up. Since then, we've seen that area broaden out quite significantly. Still some gustier winds in here, especially on the other side of the storm. This is up toward Delaware City. Seeing some probably 40, 50 mile an hour gusts up here. Yeah, close to 50. It's going to push over the Delaware Bay into southwestern New Jersey. For a second, I thought it was developing a new hook when I brought it back to the reflectivity. But this is a, looks like a little blip of a shower that must have just joined in on the flanking line there. So I wouldn't fully consider that a hook yet. Actually, there's still some separation there too, but that little blip is going to join up with this storm. Probably not amount to much, but it just had an interesting look for a second. Still some broad circulation in here, but this is nowhere near what it was like earlier. I think we're slowly wrapping up for the night, but let me see how far back I can bring them. Yeah, so this is still kind of what's left of the storm that produced all the tornadoes in Maryland. It did kind of merge with another cell, but this was it here over Middle River, producing a few other tornadoes, at least one, if not two. And then that other cell, though, kind of died / merged with its northern side. Yeah, so this is really that same storm. But I wanted to kind of double check. And then the storm that had also tornado warnings, and I think one confirmed tornado out ahead of it. Part of it kind of got reorganized into the storm that we were watching. And the other part is kind of lifted up. And what's left of that storm is basically up here in around the Woodstown, New Jersey area here with just heavy rain, maybe some embedded lightning and thunder. This storm, though, we are seeing an uptick in lightning, which is a little concerning. Generally, when we see an uptick in lightning like that, it actually does mean that the updraft is getting stronger. So we are seeing that uptick in lightning. That's a bit concerning. And we're seeing, I think, some inflow increase here too. This is over Odessa. That's our construction cam. This is right over this area here, where Route 1 comes around and makes this kind of S-curve. We have a camera right here. It looks like it changes angles too. Yeah, I don't think these are manually operated. I think they're just yeah, we are seeing a bit of an inflow pick up there. Not fully ready to write this storm off yet. It's the only game in town. The other storm around Newark did have that tornado warning earlier. There is still kind of a broad area rotation, but it's very weak. This storm, I think, is officially going to try again. And if it does, we're right in the area where we would see it. I think it's going to try again one more time here. definitely stay in your safe space. Odessa Heights, the island, up towards McDonough, Boyd's Corner, Shenandoah, Thortown, Port Penn, Pine Valley Farms, Biddle's Corner, Shingle Landing, St. George's, Delaware City. And then we also do have to watch these areas here in New Jersey, Harmersville and Canton, and even over towards Quinton, New Jersey. See what New Jersey traffic cams look like. Wow. There's not really any cameras in the New Jersey side until you get up into the Philadelphia metro. Here's a little broader look at this storm, though. And they just zoomed in. But I think this is going to try one more time. I would not be surprised here. It's gotten a little bit more organized again in the last couple scans. It's picked up its inflow, and that little blip has merged in, and actually I would kind of consider this to be a hook now. So yeah, it's gotten more organized than it's been in the last while, and kind of right between Odessa and Boyd's Corner. I think it's trying to tighten up. It hasn't really yet, but the good news is there's not a lot of people out here in Delaware right now. So I guess it is 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. It's about 10:30, 10:27 Central. So I guess that's the one good news is there's not many people out right now, but if it's gonna try, it's gonna try pretty much right here between Odessa and Boyd's Corner, maybe up towards areas around Port Penn. All right, New Jersey is gonna officially get a full tornado warning here. This is gonna cover those areas I mentioned earlier: Canton, Salem, and Quinton, New Jersey. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Mount Pleasant or near Middletown, moving east at 15. Ooh, it's really slowed down. Salem, Hancock's Bridge, Port Penn, Hope Creek, and Odessa. Yeah, this is that area that we're watching. Maybe something else in here. Kind of a weird spot for it, though. Can you really see this is a little closer to Port Penn? Where is it? This is, I guess, Boyd's Corner. But you can really see the wind blowing the rain there. That is just sheets of rain. Ooh. Yeah. That wind is really rocking the camera now. So yeah, we're watching this area right in here near Boyd's Corner and Odessa. That is rocking and rolling. This is right in the tornado warning here. Wow, the sheets of rain. Let me see if I can get that back up. We're kind of right in the edge of this broad circulation here at these this camera here in Boyd's Corner. The problem is I can't really tell if we've had a change of direction like from the rain because the camera's rotating too. So I can't really like if it was one position, I would be able to you'd be able to see if the rain was blowing this way versus blowing south, and we'd be able to see kind of where we are in the specific area of rotation. But because the camera's rotating too, that's gonna make it really tricky to figure that one out. But it'll hopefully come back. There it goes. I just have to reset it sometimes. That's weird. You get whiplash. It turns really quick. So strongest area rotation is just east of this camera here, along US 13 and Delaware Route 1. This is about to cross the Delaware Bay. Trying to see if there's any updates on any of the tornadoes earlier. Reed Timmer actually had a thread on his Twitter earlier today, I think it was, but he actually had some comments about some news stations being better with news of post-severe events, like the damage reports and what happened, and then some news channels are better at reporting the actual meteorology of the ongoing event. And I would kind of extend that to the streaming that we're doing here, and myself and a few of the other, especially reputable streamers. Our best stuff is probably the ongoing live stuff, and we're maybe a little lacking on some of like the previous news of what's happened in the damage track, because in general the YouTube streamers are fairly small organizations. Even the few biggest ones are fairly small organizations compared to like a news organization, where, you know, reporters are working their sources and on connections to media, and are finding out all the damage, you know, previous, which is one of the reasons why it's good to have multiple ways to get warnings, because you could be watching, you know, news out of Baltimore, and they might be showing all of the different damage things that we just kind of see in these little blip of reports. But maybe they're focused on the damage and not so much, especially because it's left Baltimore on the ongoing severe weather. So that's why it's good to get multiple sources of weather coverage, because having the multiple sources can really kind of balance your weather coverage and also maximize it. You know, taking the strengths of a news organization that covers the damage path behind, plus, you know, say the National Weather Service live, you know, social media feeds and streamers that are covering like the ongoing stuff. So you can really get kind of the best of both worlds by following multiple, you know, reputable sources of weather. This is trying again, unfortunately. Unfortunately for us, it's about over the open waters of the Delaware Bay, so it's going to be harder to define a CC drop on this, but would not be surprised if it's going to produce another tornado / water spout. There are a couple lower values in here, but I'm not ready to say those are it. But this is just east of Boyd's Corner, McDonough, Shenandoah. If you're east of those areas, especially east of US 13 and Route 1, you need to be still in your safe space. This is, if you're east of those areas, Boyd's Corner, Shenandoah, and you're along the Delaware Bay, this is pretty much right over you. Seeing some lower values in here, so this could be something. I can't fully confirm that, but this is trying again. I don't know if we're going to get any weather spotters over Delaware Bay, but this is trying again as it crosses from Delaware into New Jersey. Okay, here's our camera out of Boyd's Corner back up. A lot prettier of a look here. We're just getting behind the storm. So we were basically in that circulation when the camera was shaking and the wind was blowing the rain all over. So that kind of confirms it was probably not on the ground here in Boyd's Corner. But now over the Delaware Bay, we're going to again see, I think, less friction with the more open water. Now the Delaware Bay is not as wide at this point as the Chesapeake Bay, but there's still and even around the open water, this area of New Jersey is very low-lying and swampy down in here. That's why there's not really any communities. And even along the Delaware side, this area is pretty swampy. So it's in a very low-lying area for a little bit. Next communities are really this area here: Harmersville and Hancock's Bridge, Hagerville, Fort Elfsborg, Oakwood Beach, Salem, Elks Terrace, Manning Mills, Pointers. If I remember right, there's a power station out here, right? Yeah, there is a, where is this area of rotation? Right here. There is a power station out here, right? Like right in this area. So there are some people that are out there. I don't know if there's any residents, but hopefully those people are hunkered down. Still trying here. It got a little looser than it did just a few minutes ago, but another tornado warning back in central Ohio. Yeah, just a minute ago here. This is capable of producing a tornado near Dresden, Ohio, 7 miles north of Zanesville, moving east at 25. It's a radar indicated storm here. Take a look at it. This area right in here. I think this is that same storm. It looked a little punchier back here near Cottage Hill. I think that was when we saw it last with the tornado warning, but there's still kind of something in here near Dresden. If you're out ahead of this, you know, take your tornado safety precautions along Ohio 60, Stringtown, Drake, Gilbert, East Greenwood, Ellis, Rock Cut, and up towards Dresden. Again, this is an area that's pretty far from the radar sites, so we may not be seeing a great look at this. I don't even know which national weather. This is out of Pittsburgh, okay. Somewhere in here, the National Weather Services switch their region, so. All right. Yeah, areas there north of Zanesville, Dresden, and west of Adamsville. Just hunker down. Back to our storm here in Delaware and New Jersey. Seems to have weakened and broadened, but still looking at that area rotation. It's basically right over the Delaware Bay here, south of Port Penn, and west of Harmersville, New Jersey. So again, areas from around Port Penn on the Delaware side, and then especially Salem, Fort Elfsborg, Harmersville, Canton. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I don't think this is an area, there's probably not a lot of basements. It's very sandy, swampy soil around the Delaware Bay, so probably not a basement. It's probably going to be for you an interior closet, maybe a laundry room that's interior, or a bathroom is a lot of times common. But yeah, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a small space with not a big span roof over you. The last couple scans, though, this is good news. It's definitely broadened out and weakened. I think it tried again one last time here around Boyd's Corner. We can see it was much tighter just a few scans ago. And that has really almost completely disappeared. Since we're probably not going to see much out of this cam, I'm going to shrink it back up. Still keep the cam going, but we might just see the back end of the thunderstorm and a little bit of the light show. I believe that shot right there is looking north. Our camera's right here, and that's that highway coming in. Still kind of a broad, maybe kind of a broad area of weak circulation. We'll give this another couple minutes, and then what is it? It's about, I'll give it till midnight Eastern time, and if it continues to look like it does, then we'll probably call it a night. Really quick, I'll check on that area around Newark. Yeah, it's not really doing much. I think that storm is pretty much done too. I mean, they're going to get some heavy rain. Heavy rain, some lightning in Wilmington and Newark, but it looks like the tornado threat has decreased for you guys in the extreme northern parts of Delaware here. Just kind of a general thunderstorm. Yeah, this is looking a lot messier. It still has a little bit of a shape to it, but... And then that mysterious tornado warning near Dresden has been allowed to expire. Yeah, there's the area rotation that was warned. Not much in rotation there. Even though we are far from the radar site, there's not much there. So I see why that was dropped. I believe we're down to one tornado warning left in the U.S. That's for Salem, New Jersey, and Newcastle County, Delaware, and Salem County in New Jersey. We're really not seeing much. Just in the last few scans, this has drastically become a lot less organized. I think we're finally starting to see it die out here. I tried one more time. We can see that too on the velocity here. Rain here, it tried one more time, but that's really broadened out. Alright, well now I can use that time that this is broadened out. Before we wrap up the stream, I can use this time to check and see if I do have any updates. Posted another a drone shot out of the tornado earlier near Olney. That's interesting. All right. Yeah, I don't see a lot of updates. I'll be interested to see tomorrow if we get any bigger update. All right, this is non-tornadic. I think this is maybe the first time I've ever been able to use this non-warning tag on on our stream, like ever. I don't know if I've ever covered a moment where there was not a single warning. Yeah, 16 alerts. There are, well, they're in Canada, so no offense to the Canadians, but I was covering, I got on to cover some southwest Ontario severe weather. These are mostly northern Ontario. There's not as much population out here. There are some here along Ontario 11, but this is far northern Ontario, up towards North Bay, Ontario. There are a few severe thunderstorms still up there. Environment Canada does have a different criteria for severe weather, so these aren't necessarily the same as the severe thunderstorm warnings you would get in a lot of the U.S. There was actually a really interesting case earlier. There was earlier this afternoon, there was a special weather statement, SWS, special weather statement in here for the U.S. side, and then there was a severe thunderstorm warning in here for the Canadian side. So it was just interesting to see. I think it was like pea-size hail and 40-mile-an-hour winds was the special weather statement, and essentially the equivalent in Canada, but their criteria also includes, I think, heavy rain and to issue severe thunderstorms. So the hail size is a little different, and I think the wind size matches fairly. I think it matches about 50 miles an hour versus a little bit higher for the severe thunderstorm warnings in the U.S. Yeah, it was an interesting look. It was a special weather statement in the U.S. and then a severe thunderstorm warning for the same storm in Canada. So these storms, even though they are under severe thunderstorm warning by Environment Canada, they're probably not as severe as the criteria that the U.S. has in general. There may be a couple in here. This one probably has some small hail near South River, north of Huntsville, Ontario. But yeah, tomorrow we'll have a bit of a recap on today's severe weather, and yeah, these storms are done being tornadic. So that's good news as they're now entering New Jersey. Still a pretty strong storm here near Wilmington and Newark, but looking at tomorrow very quickly before we wrap up the stream. Let's see. So tomorrow has, again, more marginal risk. There is a marginal risk back here in West Texas and the Texas Panhandle and Southwest Oklahoma. Mostly large hail, the potential there, some isolated large hail. There's a slight marginal risk here in Southeast Florida. Most of that is some moisture return to Florida. Today was a pretty dry day. They even had good weather for a rocket launch this morning. But tomorrow we may see some moisture return, sea breeze fronts. It's kind of the rainy season in Florida, so this is, I mean, it's actually, Florida hasn't got as much rain as they actually normally would probably during the rainy season so far. So some isolated storms down there, or at least severe storms. They're probably going to be more than isolated at times here, southeast Florida. And then tomorrow we're going to watch that boundary and that disturbance that was kind of up in the northern tier here. That's going to continue to slide east. That may spark some more storms here back into the mid-Atlantic. I honestly, looking at the weather and some of the models, thought that tomorrow would be the higher of the marginal risks, let's just say, because they had a marginal risk out for today, and then they had a marginal risk out for tomorrow. In particular, I think the mid-Atlantic part of the marginal risk tomorrow, that this is the kind of the area I thought might be the best chance for severe weather between today and tomorrow. So I'll have to check the models. We've obviously been on the stream here. I haven't really looked at the new model runs. Wouldn't be totally shocked if we maybe get a upgrade to a slight risk, in somewhere like this. But either way, this is a marginal risk tomorrow that does go further north than the storms did today. So this includes New York City, northern New Jersey, up into the Capital Corridor in New York State, and even Western Mass and Western Connecticut. Tomorrow, the categorical risks, just to kind of dig through them again. Not really a tornado risk tomorrow, so hopefully that stays true. Wind risks are kind of minimal. And the hail risk is amplified in Texas and in Florida. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of an upgrade over here for the hail risk. And I honestly wouldn't be, again, kind of surprised if we got an upgrade of the wind risk in this area. Wind and hail. It kind of would be, I'll have to check the models again and just see what they're thinking, but wouldn't be totally shocked if we got a little bit of upgrades in those areas for wind and hail. But overall, tomorrow looks like another kind of light day. And then the best part is, today's Wednesday, tomorrow, this is Friday. Getting ready for the weekend. A marginal risk in the high plains, but some general thunderstorms, sea breeze fronts along the Gulf Coast. Maybe a few scattered storms, isolated to scattered in the general thunderstorms in upstate New York. But generally going into Friday, we got a pretty calm day. So that's good to see. I think this is the first probably true calm day in a while, outside of maybe the high plains. But, well, everybody, today was a much bigger day than we kind of expected today. We basically watched a supercell thunderstorm track across Maryland and produce a number of tornadoes, a couple possibly significant tornadoes. We caught at least, I think, once or twice on camera, including a nice video of it lit up by power flashes. I will also tomorrow repost that part of the stream and possibly blow up the enlarge the camera too of it. But yeah, this has been a day, guys. We saw it kind of start there and track up through the Washington suburbs, Baltimore, and then into the northeast part of Maryland, and then into Virginia, or into Delaware, and even into a tiny part in New Jersey. So, what a day. What a day. There'll be definitely some studies by the National Weather Service and meteorologists and climate scientists and weather community on this area here, and how the tornado risk was amplified in a fairly small area. This is, again, I think sometimes we get used to the West and the high plains and stuff where states are very, very big. But, you know, this goes from Virginia to Maryland to Delaware to New Jersey very quickly. So, I mean, just because it kind of crossed 4 states, it's only been roughly, you know, 112, 115 miles, somewhere like that, is where we really saw the corridor of tornadic development. So still a pretty small area meteorologically, but a big area for population. So hopefully everybody stayed safe tonight. Stay safe if you're in southwest Jersey. These are still decently strong storms. They have some pretty good lightning with them at times around Salem, Pennsville Township, but otherwise they do seem to have downtrended significantly, and at least the tornadic threat, still a bit of rotation very broadly in both of those storms, but one kind of there near Newport and one kind of over by Salem. But I think they'll keep downtrending. And then let me just take a very quick look before we go at these storms. They also seem to be downtrending, so good news there for eastern Ohio. Well, stay safe, everyone, and we'll see you on the next severe weather live stream. Thanks for joining us tonight.